4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
She can put away a large pizza by herself. He's allergic to cheese. They are Maggie and Perloff on CBS Sports Radio.
I'll tell you what, if I'm the Chicago Bears now, I'm just keeping Justin Fields. Hey, welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. Is that a bit of a reversal by me? Yes, I'm taking Caleb Williams with the number 1 overall pick, Perloff, and I'm keeping Fields because the market, at least the early market, has spoken. The quarterback carousel is turning. The seats are getting filled up here in this game of musical chairs. I just went carousel to musical chairs. Stay with me. And clearly there's not the market for Justin Fields for what the Bears are asking for. So I'm going to wait this out if I'm Ryan Poles. I'm not going to feel the urgency to have to settle to get a deal done when we still have weeks and weeks ahead of us.
So what's going to happen comes early September if Justin Fields and Caleb Williams? Play it out for me.
Right.
Who's starting week 1?
Okay, well, it's definitely going to be Caleb, and Justin's going to be the backup. I think you have to, if you're going to pull this off, and I think the Bears can pull this off, I think you have to establish the clear hierarchy here, which is it's not going to be this quarterback competition, which half of them are BS anyways. And if you're really having a quarterback competition in training camp, that's a bad sign for your football team. You want a clear starter and then the clear backup. I would say Caleb is going to be the starter. Justin is going to be the support. We are going to all be ready when the bell rings or whatever you want to say. Insert cliche here. And I'm just waiting for the moment when I can build back up the market for Justin Fields. Look at what's happened with certain quarterbacks who sit. Look at Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold just got probably going to be a bridge quarterback, but nothing has helped that guy's career more than not playing.
Right.
He sat in San Francisco and all of a sudden found a market. The same thing happened with Mitchell Trubisky once upon a time.
Yeah.
This could happen for Justin Fields.
Right. It could happen if he gets linked up with a great offensive coach like Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold got the Kyle Shanahan effect, and everyone's like, ooh, Kyle Shanahan likes him, spent a year there. I want that guy. So Justin Fields clearly has to go that route and go at it to an outstanding offensive team. Not the worst quarterback team in the history of the NFL, the Chicago Bears. The Bears, look at their legacy of quarterback. You know, finally they get their guy, Caleb Williams, to pull this out of them. Now you're going to have this mess with Justin Fields and Caleb Williams to start his regime. That will be a mess. You know the players are going to be loyal to Fields, not Caleb Williams.
Well,
they love that dude.
But that's where the coaching, and again, I was never in favor of them keeping Eberflus, but that's where the coaching has to come in and take over, and you have to say, Caleb's the starter. And Justin's got to get on board with that. Caleb's the starter, and we're going to try to still find the right place for you. But right now, you're going to give away Justin Fields for a 6th or 7th round pick right now? I mean, this was a guy who, yes, wasn't taken by this regime, but it is a 1st round pick. I can't just allow an asset like that who, if the timing is right, could probably still net you a 2nd or maybe early 3rd round pick. You know, it's going to be about, and I knock on wood here, I hate doing it. It's going to be about an injury. It's going to be about a team that finds himself in a unique place. And if I'm the Bears, now I've got to wait that out because the market spoke.
That's tough. That's tough to do. That doesn't always work out. I think it'll be 4th round because Trey Lance was 4th round. Former number 3 overall pick. Justin Fields was an 11 pick. That kind of makes sense. And I think the 2 teams that I've seen in the media that are linked to him, well, 3 teams, really, the Ravens and the Eagles and the Chiefs. So an elite team. That's where I'm saying he should go. The Eagles famously took Jalen Hurts when they had Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts has looked shaky last year. What is a typical Howie Roseman, Andy Reid kind of move? To bring in some competition.
Sure.
Have Justin Fields sitting over his shoulder. Complete. You know, I said earlier this offseason, the Eagles feel like the 2011 Eagles quote-unquote dream team. Remember that dream? They brought in Vince Young behind Michael Vick. So bringing Justin Fields behind Jalen Hurts kind of completes the cycle there. And also it makes some sense.
Okay, but here's the thing about that.
Yeah, but that'll rehabilitate Fields. That's what I'm saying. And then he'll be ready to go in 2 years.
Okay, and that's a great idea.
Yeah.
But none of those elite teams have stepped to the forefront right now to say, we want Justin Fields. Nobody has stepped up, at least publicly, and I don't know why you would do it publicly, but nobody has stepped up right now and said, this is what we want to do. I mean,
they're waiting for the price to go down.
Okay, waiting for the price to go down. But so if I'm Poles, I'm saying, listen, I'm going to stand tough. I'm going to stand strong. And I'm not looking at the San Francisco 49ers, who are a great team, but I'm not looking at them to be the model of how do you handle a quarterback. Going back to Montana and Young. I mean, they always had a lot of angst and a lot of awkward situations going back to the 90s, and then had more awkward situations with Jimmy G, Brock Purdy, and Trey Lance. I'm not looking at them as how I should run it. If I'm Ryan Poles, I'm saying I got to hang on to this. I'm not just going to jettison a potential asset and see if I can get something. Justin Fields has way more body of work than Trey Lance. Like, there's actual tape on Justin Fields of him winning actual games.
Yeah, but why would you look to the Niners as a team that you want to emulate? You're the Chicago Bears. The last time they had a good quarterback was Sid Gillman. The Niners have done nothing but win. And the Eagles and the Chiefs, and they throw a lot of resources at quarterback. Not the Chiefs yet. They've never gone this route. But I think the really good teams throw a lot of resources at quarterbacks, and that's why I think they'll be in the market here. The Chicago Bears are not a really good team. What is the upside here? What's going to happen if Justin Fields is there? I'm not sure if he gets stuck there. I understand if you could wait for an injury, but I mean that's a big if.
It is.
There's a great chance that you come in early August and you have Justin Fields on the practice field and Caleb Williams, and I just think that's an uncomfortable situation that could easily be avoided because you don't want Justin Fields to be your quarterback, so get rid of him for a 4th round pick to a team that has a mobile quarterback that's starting, and Justin Fields would be a perfect backup, and he could probably, it's today's NFL, the backup always gets in. By week 18, he'll be in the game at some point, so teams are going to need him.
Yeah, see, I think that's actually probably worse if he actually got into a game, because then I don't want a real controversy. I could have one where this is about the fans and this is about talk, but if I've already set the hierarchy, what I'm basically doing now is I'm staring down the market. I'm staring down the Eagles. I'm staring down the Ravens. I'm staring down, who else did you say?
The Chiefs.
The Chiefs.
Colts have been linked to him too.
Okay, I'm telling them, like, listen, you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. I'm not just going to capitulate, and I'm not just going to do this because I'm afraid it's going to get awkward. Unfortunately for Caleb Williams, this will not be the last awkward moment that he likely has as a pro. You're going to have to deal with things. And you have to hope that he's got the mental toughness and strength and that you've put enough good people around him to keep telling him you are the starter. This is just a virtue of doing business. It has nothing to do with you. We just have to wait to see how we get the best return, which eventually will help the team that you, Caleb Williams, are quarterbacking. We just have to get through this little bit of an awkward stage.
And what makes you think the Chicago Bears have the infrastructure to do what you just said? I mean, last year they had Matty Eberflus, the head coach, and Luke Getsy as their offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Why would this team be able to handle all that? They've never been able to do this in the past.
It's going to have to be a couple things. It's going to have to be the general manager is going to have to kind of set the intention. Like, hey, this is what it has no reflection of Caleb, and you've got to be super clear about that. And then the other part is you've got to get the other captains and the other players in the locker room have to get on board with this. And that's part of just being a team player. And it can't be about personal agendas, and it can't be about your relationship with Justin Fields. It has to be about this is what's best for the organization, and everyone get on board. And if you're not on board, then we're going to have a problem. Like sometimes in a company, we all work for one. Sometimes you got to fall in line, even if it's not what you think, because you want to still be part of the team. And that's this situation. I mean, it got super awkward in San Francisco with Jimmy G practicing on a different field, going to meetings separately. And you know what?
Yeah, but they weren't protecting the number 1 overall pick. Caleb Williams is the franchise.
Yeah,
You've got to everything's got to be, how do I make Caleb Williams work? And to me, this move does not help make Caleb Williams work.
Well, it wasn't the number 1 overall pick. It was Mr. Irrelevant and Brock Purdy. However, that was a team with Super Bowl aspirations.
Also, it was the number 3 pick in Trey Lance.
And Trey Lance.
Yeah.
But that was a team with Super Bowl aspirations.
Right.
This is a team that's rebuilding. There are opportunities here that the San Francisco, I'm sure, did feel the urgency, right? They're right on the doorstep. You don't want anything derailing a Super Bowl year. This is the Bears. They're still on the ascent.
Right. So it all worked out great for San Francisco. In fact, it couldn't have worked out better. The fact that Jimmy G just happened to be hanging around, and then they had a slew of quarterback injuries. So it worked out for them. So it's probably, you're right, it's not a great model. But I think
they took a total bath on Trey Lance. You know?
Yeah. But I mean, still, they've done nothing but win. I mean, I think they're probably the most successful playoff team other than the Chiefs of the last 10 years, or last 5 years at least. They've been to 3 NFC title games and 2 Super Bowls. So that's all worked out. I'm a big believer, just put resources into quarterbacks. I like teams that have Tom Brady and draft a guy in the second round.
Right.
Just go. But unfortunately, Chicago's not in that situation because everything's got to be about Caleb. I think that Fields would be too big a distraction. And is it a huge difference, Maggie, between a second round pick and a 4th round pick? If you're not getting that second round pick, is it worth holding on to him and having this awkward situation? To me, I would just rip the Band-Aid and give him away for a 4th round pick. Now, I understand your logic. Obviously, a 4th round pick is not what you want. Maybe you get a second round pick, but you're going to sit around all summer and say, man, I hope somebody gets hurrt again. I hope there's a torn Achilles.
Hoping for it.
No, that's not what I know.
Holding out for the possibility that this wildly violent sport reveals itself to be the violent sport we know it is.
To move up 45 picks in this draft.
Yep.
And also, too, I don't even know that teams are really going to be that high into Justin Fields if their quarterback gets hurt.
So we're talking about what the Bears should do now that the market is cooled, obviously, on Justin Fields, because you saw Sam Darnold is going to Minnesota, Gardner Minshew is going to the Raiders, Russell Wilson is signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers, Kirk Cousins has gone to the Atlanta Falcons, or it's getting late early here in terms of places where Justin Fields might have an opportunity, and a team that, is going to want to trade something legitimate like a second-round pick or a high third or something for this asset. And, here's another part about it. And I've been on Caleb Williams the whole time. I never thought that they were going to keep Fields and trade the number one pick. I've been very steadfast, Perloff. You know that. We've been sitting here day after day talking about this really fascinating topic. However, maybe I do want to test Caleb Williams just a tad at the beginning. You're talking about how everything has to be perfect around the number one pick, and we can't upset Caleb Williams, and you can't have anyone there to, maybe I do want to test his mettle a little bit. Maybe I do want to test the grit. Maybe I do want to test what he's going to be like when the adversity hits. Maybe I want to get that out of the way and kind of see how that is early on in his rookie season. Mm-hmm. Let's just see how he reacts to this. Is also not a terrible thing.
Yeah, well, I got news for you.
See how he responds.
He is joining the Chicago Bears at quarterback.
Yeah. There's
plenty of adversity. You do not have to add to this. Just that field and those receivers and that coach. He's got adversity
up the wazoo.
He is not. You don't have to add to his. What is not adverse about this situation? What is cool? He's going from USC and a Lincoln Riley offense to I like Shane Waldron, the new offense coordinator, to the Chicago Bears. Don't worry about providing. He's going to have plenty of opportunities to show his grit here.
Yeah.
It is a tenuous situation with Caleb Williams, Chicago. They got to make it work. Now, listen, it's a fine line. We're talking about, do we hold on to him and wait till we get a second round for him, or we just get rid of him for a fourth round pick? I think, to me, what I'm hearing from you, the key is they're going to start Caleb Williams week one. If you're doing that, just get rid of Fields. If you want to make the argument they should start Fields week one and sit Caleb for a year, then that's a different thing. But if you're not going to, if Fields is going to be the backup, no, I can't have it in my locker room, Maggie. Not my locker room.
So that's an idea, right? That you have Fields actually start, and then you sit Caleb and he watches. I don't get what that does. Justin Fields is basically the same age as Caleb Williams. He hasn't really shown that he can play the position in a super elite way, at least passing the ball. Caleb Williams comes into the NFL as a better passer than Justin Fields. And you've already been making moves, if you're the Bears, where you're building your core, and Caleb Williams has got to be a part of that. This is not Alex Smith, who was there for, 3 years before Patrick Mahomes even got to Kansas City, and who was much further along in his career. Can't do it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the Carson Palmer, John Kitna situation. But Justin Fields is 25. That's a lot older than 22, Maggie. They have different cultural references. They probably don't know what each other's talking about. That was a big 3 years. No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But you have to admit, Justin Fields being there would be the number one most awkward situation of the NFL. It would get a lot of media attention. Everyone would be watching those practices because Caleb Williams is a generational quarterback. When you have a generational quarterback, you are all in to make this work. I would have probably moved on from Eberflus and get a more offensive-friendly head coach in there.
Yeah,
you got to make Caleb Williams work, and everything the organization does is about that. To me, keeping Justin Fields does not help with that situation.
855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. Should we just hit the phones? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Mark is in Ohio. Let's get going early and often here. He's got a thought on Justin Fields. Good morning, Mark. What's up?
Hey, I got a few ideas of where I think he could go. I think he could compete for a starting job, put some pressure on somebody that the organization might not have full faith in, like at Arizona. He could also put some pressure in Tennessee on Will Levis. Mm-hmm. He could even start out in Denver. They got nothing to lose. They could just roll the dice on him.
Yeah.
I know. Go ahead.
No, Mark, I think you're right. Each of those individual situations, I don't know. I mean, Kyler Murray, they've already paid him a lot of money. Do they want to show a lot of confidence behind Kyler Murray now? That'd be one of them. Denver, I think, is going to be in the market for a quarterback and go to the draft.
Yeah, but he's not really a Sean Payton style quarterback.
Right. Although maybe a little more Taysom Hill in terms of he's got a lot of Taysom Hill in him.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. If they went, if Justin Fields went to Denver, that would be something. What about this idea? You have Bryce Young and Kyle Murray. You mentioned or at least call screener says the Panthers. That's way too much pressure. You can't have Kyler Murray and Bryce Young sitting with Justin Fields over his shoulder. It's the same situation as Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I think Carolina would be a similar situation where it would be good, except for just the fact that Carolina passed on Justin to trade up and get Bryce.
Well, passed on C.J. Stroud. Yeah, Mark, thank you so much. Passed on
a different
Ohio State quarterback. But here's the thing: the fits here aren't perfect, and that's why would I, at a deep discount, send Justin Fields to your Eagles, to the Chiefs, to the Baltimore Ravens? If those elite teams see some value, then I'm just going to wait around, because if he's good enough to be a backup for Patrick Mahomes, that means in theory he's good enough to compete for a starting job somewhere else. Kevin is in Oregon. Hey, Kevin, what's up?
Good morning. Well, I think they had to hold on to Justin Fields, and the reason is because after the first 4 plays, the Jets are going to need a quarterback.
Aww.
Yeah, actually, it's funny. I was thinking that myself.
That's why they signed Tyrod Taylor.
If you're waiting for an injury, New York is always a good place to look.
Kevin, that was one that particularly stung EJ and Pete Bellotti this morning.
But the logic certainly has to resound.
Great.
Yeah.
Thought all morning with that one?
All night.
I was thinking about the caller said that Carolina passed on Justin Fields, and that is true. In the Justin Fields draft, they took J.C. Horn at 8, and they were seriously considering Justin Fields. In fact, I think they interviewed him multiple times, and Dan Morgan, who's the GM of the Panthers, was there and passed on Fields. But it does remind me they did have a lot of interest in him. Then Denver was also in that draft looking for a quarterback, and they passed on a quarterback and went with Patrick Surtain at 9 instead of Justin Fields. And the Eagles were 10 and skipped on him. So all these teams know Justin Fields well, and I'm sure there's varying opinions. What if somebody out there, an assistant, says, you know what, I'm telling you, Maggie, take a 4th round now. I'm giving you a 4th round. I'm handing it to you on a silver platter, and you're just not taking that gift.
Nope.
You're holding out, and you're going to get nothing.
No.
Like Brian Burns in Carolina, you're going to get a 6th round pick instead of I'm giving you a 4th now. Jump on the bargain.
No, I'm not going to be the Carolina Brian Burns. I'm going to be your guy, Daryl Morey, who held on to Ben Simmons and held on
Yeah.
and we don't have to talk about the compensation.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But did end up getting something of significance, and it was James Harden. Now, no, but you know what I mean. The logic was
something
there.
of significance was deeply discounted in James Harden. But regardless, the holding on makes me nervous. It could end up backfiring. You could have this awkward situation, then Fields goes away for nothing because Fields is getting near the end of his contract.
We got 2 more years. If you pick up the 5th year option.
Yeah, why are you picking up the 5th year option?
You wouldn't do that. But I got a whole other year. I'm not worried about that yet.
Okay.
I'm not worried about that yet. We got a lot of bowl game left.
You're more of a chemistry locker room thing. You believe in that stuff more than I do.
Yeah, I do.
This obviously is risky. So just get rid of that mess and take that 4th round pick. And it's a deep wide receiver draft. The guy can contribute on special teams. This 4th rounder, he's going to be awesome.
I need special teams, people.
Yeah, you're going to say no to a good gunner that I'm going to get you for this 4th round pick?
I'm getting a receiver with that pick. 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. All right, what do you think? Should the Chicago Bears just hang on to Justin Fields at this point, have him back up Caleb Williams or even a quarterback competition? Or do they have to just get rid of him? 855-212-4CBS. Take the deeply discounted pick or whatever just to get him out of the building and for everyone to move on. Coming up, lots happening today. Is Wednesday, which means the great debate. Lots of news today coming in many varieties, Perloff.
Yes.
We're crossing over the sports world into all new realms today. A little politics, a little arts and culture, a little everything. 855-212-4CBS. Don't move. It's Maggie and Perloff. Your thoughts on Justin Fields next.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Maggie and Perloff. Of course, smart NFL analysts know that free agency is a load of crap, and basically every move that is made right now will end up backfiring within probably a year. That's how free agency usually works. That being said, I have 2 jerseys I want to buy based on yesterday's moves.
What a setup for that knockdown.
Yeah. It's a horrible formula. If a guy gets to the market, he's going to get overpaid by 30%, and then he's going to get cut because he's too big a part of the cap. Never works out. But Derrick Henry to the Ravens is so perfect. It's unbelievable. And I definitely want a Henry Ravens jersey. And Danielle Hunter to the Texans, like, basically, let's just have the 2 face off in the AFC Championship game. It's happening, Maggie. These 2 moves really caught my attention yesterday. Danielle Hunter came around the afternoon, 2 years, $50 million.
Yep.
A lot, but short term with Houston. And Derrick Henry, basically nothing for Baltimore.
Yeah.
Come on. Aren't you into this? Derrick Henry? You got big Derrick Henry. You got medium-sized Lamar Jackson, medium and big coming at you. It's so fun.
Is Lamar medium? I feel like Lamar's big.
I want to do big and small. Right. He's not big like that. You put him next to Derrick Henry, though, and he's going to look small.
Derrick Henry is small.
Yeah, I know. So I'm not there.
Oh, which one?
Both, but I'll tell you why. I'm not there on Derrick Henry. I know this is fun. This is exciting.
Oh,
this is
yeah.
Maybe, team, if you want an interesting fit, for sure. But these, the Ravens taking flyers on these either end of the prime or potentially over the hill offensive weapons is something I've seen before. And I find it hard to believe that Derrick Henry, for as unique as he has been, someone who still led the NFL in carries last year, that he somehow is not going to suffer a similar fate that has happened to every other running back basically on this planet, which is their production slips on the wrong side of 30. And again, I know Derrick Henry is different, but we said that about Steven Jackson. We said that about other guys, Adrian Peterson. We've said this about guys. Oh, no, they'll be different. They're not. And I just find it hard to believe that this is going to buck the trend. And then for Danielle Hunter, this is not exactly about Danielle Hunter at the Texans. I just find that everyone putting all these expectations now on the Texans, how are they possibly going to live up to this? Like, it's year 2. They could be the Cincinnati Bengals. They could go to the Super Bowl. What's the more likely thing? They're going to take some lumps in year 2. This isn't always a straight line. So for those 2 reasons, I'm not feeling as high.
They're going to take those lumps in the divisional round of the playoffs because they are winning that AFC South. That one thing, I think a lot of the reason people are high on them because the Colts are not quite there yet.
Yeah.
The Jaguars seem to take a step back last year, and the Titans are in a rebuild mode. They just let Mike Vrabel walk out the door. So who knows what the Titans are doing. I think that's a part of the reason that everyone's high on the Texans. And they are fully doing what a team should do with a rookie on a salary. Quarterback on a rookie salary cap. They are spending like crazy to surround C.J. Stroud with talent.
Yep.
Their offensive line should be really good. They are so, you know what I like about them and why I am not going to buy your lumps argument?
Yeah.
They have an elite cornerback. They have a shutdown corner, Derek Stingley. They have an elite left tackle, Laramie Tunsil. And they have an elite quarterback, C.J. Stroud. And I believe that Nico Collins is kind of an elite wide receiver, too. That guy looks like a number 1 to me. Those are the key positions. What are you missing? What's not there if you look at the roster?
No, it's there. I granted you get there on paper.
Yeah.
I just am not sure that CJ Stroud is year 2 going to look as good as year 1.
Better.
I don't know.
Also, you have Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson coming at you from the edges. Come on, that is a Ferrari package on the pass rush.
Okay.
This is exciting. You have a
edge rushers getting paid. Let's see how that's worked out in the past. That is it even 50-50?
Do you remember Von Miller with the Rams? Remember that?
Do I remember Von Miller with the Bills?
Well, you got to pay him at a certain. I think Danielle Hunter is a little younger than Von Miller with the Bills. Not much younger, by the way. But you also have D'Amico Ryan. I think he learned some important lessons last year. And Bobby Slowick is a hot offensive coordinator. You have a good coaching staff, good front office. They'll probably have a good draft. I am so into this Texans team. And the Ravens are going to the Super Bowl, Maggie. I can't believe the Ravens. That's not a hot take. They were the number 1 seed in the AFC.
And they played their worst game.
They blew that game against the Chiefs. They are probably so hungry for revenge right now. Lamar is sitting there. He is chomping at the bit, whatever that means, to get back at the Chiefs. And Derrick Henry is really his advanced stats are great. So even at age 30, he still is breaking tackles left and right. If you load the box against Derrick Henry, Lamar is going to kill you.
Okay, you thought that game against the Kansas City Chiefs, where the Ravens were the number 1 seed, were the best team in the AFC, and lost that horrific game at home. You think that increased your confidence, Lamar Jackson, not increased the ability to call him a playoff choker? That's exactly what I saw. I saw a guy who I didn't want to believe it, and he showed playoff choke. until he overcomes that, he's got to suffer that same moniker and fate. He's a great player. He's a 2-time MVP. Dude, you have to play better at home.
Yeah, but if Zay Flowers doesn't fumble at the goal line, everything looks different. Yes, they probably win that game. I mean, he was driving over the end zone.
You're taking a major leap, probably win that game.
It was a 17-10 game, and the Ravens fumbled at the goal line. I mean, that's not a major leap. That's 7 points that would have gone to the Ravens, thus making the score 17-7. They looked like in the second half they woke up and were driving, and they just had couple key mistakes that kept them out of the game. They looked really good.
They couldn't move the ball.
Yeah, the second half they did. I mean, Lamar did throw for almost 300 yards. They were really moving in the second half. They went up and down the field, and then they just kind of slipped on the banana peel.
And sometimes the stats tell the story, and sometimes they don't.
Well,
and Lamar Jackson's passing yards in that game did not tell the story of that game.
Well, the Chiefs said, we're going to take away your run game, so you're going to have to pass it. And I think they figured it out in the second half. If Zay Flowers doesn't fumble that ball, I'm telling you, that game goes way differently.
The Chiefs didn't score in the second half, and that was all self-implode. To me. Anyway, Perloff, high on the Ravens, high on the Texans after some free agent moves. You're welcome to call us up, 855-212-4CBS. Got the show started with Justin Fields. Now that the market seems to have cooled, what should the Bears do? I say now just hold on to them and wait for opportunity to strike to trade them for a better asset. Perloff says you just got to get rid of them now.
Yes, absolutely.
Clear the decks before Caleb Williams gets there.
Clean up the locker room. By the way, I forgot that stupid Zay Flowers taunting penalty in Baltimore, too. There were 2 major Zay Flowers mistakes.
Yes, that cost them the game.
I'm telling you, the Ravens are coming, Maggie. Watch out.
It wasn't Lamar throwing to God knows who, nowhere in the middle of the field. Andrew Bogish is here. Good morning, Bogues.
Guys, good morning.
Looking good?
Look, at least not looking like Perloff. Separate from Perloff.
Well, we don't look that different. Let's be honest.
I mean, we don't have the same. We had the same thing on yesterday for the second time in like 3 weeks. At least we are different color schemes.
Okay, so last night Bogish texted Perloff and I a picture of what he was going to wear today, just to make sure we had no overlap.
Just in case.
Is that a new thing now every night? Do we get a picture of your outfit?
Probably not. It was just top of mind yesterday.
And Maggie, you're wearing bright pink. I think you just wanted to keep some distance from whatever we're wearing.
I stiff-armed the both of you like Derrick Henry. I'm like, I'm not getting caught up looking like y'all.
EJ went flannel to mix it up a little bit. I think EJ wasn't happy that he was kind of dressed like us yesterday. EJ, you're going to become like the rest of us over time.
I'm going to resist that like the plague.
Oh, dude, you're about to become middle-aged just by association. Get ready for it, buddy.
I Jordan 13s today because you said I'm starting to dress like you guys.
I complimented those shoes. Yeah. They looked really good.
Pull out the 13s, pull out the flannel. Dope. Pop the chain out. Let's go.
Pete, what do we got here? CBS Sports Radio issued merch?
Yeah, a windbreaker from a previous show that used to be in this spot.
There we go. Bogish. What's going on in the world?
I still can't believe. I'll name the name. There was Tazamoose merchandise at one point, and Pete's wearing it now. A spokesmodel.
Well, all right. If anyone else produces merchandise, I will wear it.
Wait, here's a question. It's a short sleeve windbreaker?
Yes.
Those are unique. I don't think you see those around that much.
You see them in training camp.
Yeah, right. Coaches wear them.
It's a big baseball thing, too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But we're not on a baseball field.
We're training for nothing.
We're not wearing
isn't training camp.
Is that a fungo bat next to you?
It is.
Yeah.
I'm wearing those weird socks that baseball players wear. I don't know why. Stirrups, yeah.
Okay.
I have dip. So that's my new thing. I'm going to dip during the show.
Is it weird that baseball players have never changed those uniforms over the years? They basically still go with that sort of 1930 look.
Well, now we can see through them.
Yeah.
That's the new thing.
That's the only addition is that now they added a little adult aspect to it.
Getting a little risque in the new millennium.
Yep.
Your headlines are sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. One team scored less than 80 points again, but thankfully the other one remembered how to play offense last night at MSG.
Look out, Anunoby to the rim. Oh, gee, Anunoby has been everywhere.
Iron Eagle on TNT. OG Anunoby scoring 14 after missing 18 games following right elbow surgery. Josh Hart threw in 20 points, 19 boards, and 10 assists. Their Knicks dropped the Sixers 106-79 to mercifully end this 2-game series. Nick Nurse not sure why his guys were down 12 after the first quarter.
Starts with competing and physicality and execution. And we did not start the game with any of those 3 things. You got to have all 3 of them, right? Especially against a team that's pissed off that you just beat them.
You got to also have Joel Embiid. The Sixers are now 7th in the East, only a half game better than the Heat.
I was actually wondering a couple years ago, can anything get worse in than NBA load management, players not playing? How about the fact that everybody gives up on a game when they're down like 10 points in the first quarter? They're like, let's just go home. 79 points? What is happening to the NBA? It seems like this is a late season trend where teams are
a give-up deal. It seemed like the Knicks just wanted to just stranglehold this team after what happened.
I don't know. Did you see the Celtics Warriors that Sunday, 2 Sundays ago? It was 130 to 88, and
yeah, but
I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of teams just like, we're good, and just walking away mid-game.
Oh, it's like load management in the game.
Yes, exactly, and that's what happened last night.
It's ironic though because the 3-point shot, people are hitting it at a higher clip than ever, so you'd think you would never really be out of it.
I mean, going through box scores every morning, I think there are more double-digit comebacks than the games you're talking about right now.
Oh, that's exactly. A good point.
I also feel
Wasn't
back-to-back.
there one last night with the Clippers?
Yeah.
I don't have any data on this, but when two teams play each other back-to-back, which is now a big part of the schedule making.
And I like that, by the way.
Whoever wins the first game loses the second game. They're just like, all right, we'll split. It feels that way to me.
It's like a pre-agreement.
I just think that it's only so much energy you can give during the NBA regular season. Whatever. I'm not going to let EJ reign over me because the Knicks beat the Sixers last night. This is ridiculous.
OG Anunoby couldn't come out on Sunday. The Knicks basically never lose when he plays, and he comes back. And, of course, they win just 1 day, 2 days before I was there courtside.
Oh, yeah.
Because seeing the Knicks wash the Sixers right in front of Perloff. But, no, he's sitting there on the bench chilling. I'm like, he looks good. I knew he could go out there and play. And then the next game, he turns it around. Knicks are 12-3, I believe, without him.
I know.
With him. It's crazy.
You had a front row seat. I can't believe you're asking for more.
I am asking for more. That Sixers team is garbage. And I had to watch the Knicks lose to them. It's terrible.
Good for me. I'm on a Pistons fan, and they're on a win streak, so I don't even have to care about this. And by the way, Pete, you notice Bogus didn't read the Pistons score after they won the other day? The anti-Perloff updates?
That's right. That's right. We got to get some Piston scores in there, Bogus.
It was written for 9:30, and something made me not be able to get to it.
It should have been a lead.
No.
We have a huge...
They're 11-53. Yes, we should lead with them.
That's right.
Yeah, big Pistons-Raptors showdown tonight.
Here's one of those comebacks. The Clippers had a 22-point second quarter lead. The T-Wolves won in L.A. 118-100. And Kawhi Leonard left the game, then the arena in the first half because of back spasms. The Kings smoked the Bucks 129-94 to end a 15-game losing streak head-to-head. The Celtics 123-107 winners in Utah. And the Pacers 121-111 winners in OKC. Pascal Siakam 18 points and 11 boards. The Texans and Vikings completed their indirect trade yesterday. Houston signing defensive end Danielle Hunter, 2 years, $48 million guaranteed, after Minnesota had inked Houston pass rusher Jonathan Greenard back on Monday. The Raiders expected to cut Jimmy G and Hunter Renfrow today, and DN Chase Young expected to visit with the Saints and Panthers this week.
Yeah, do you think that Tom Brady, upon hearing this Renfrow getting cut news, was just like, oh, man, if only I had a hold of him. I should come back just to throw passes to Hunter Renfrow.
I mean, Tom Brady might come back. Whoever drafts Lad McConkey should call Tom Brady. It's basically an upgraded Hunter Renfrow. I mean, we all know it.
For a change, Gonzaga is not the WCC champ.
Inbound to Dukas. St. Mary's will throw it into Saxon. Makes the catch in the front court, and the clock will run out. For the 5th time in school history, the St. Mary's Gales, West Coast Conference Tournament champs.
That's Ryan Radke on Westwood 1, top-seeded St. Mary's with the 69-60 win in Vegas for the auto bid. Those Zags had won this championship game the last 4 years and 10 times in the last 11.
I hate that team. I'm sorry. I hate
Which
that
one?
team so much. St. Mary's.
Oh.
The Australians and the damn Europeans they have who are like 30 years old. I hate losing to them.
So EJ's this massive Gonzaga fan, which is kind of funny because you grew up in Queens, New York, and just goes to show the brand of the Zags, really, coast to coast. You wanted the Zags to be under the radar going into this tournament.
Is true.
You said that yesterday.
That is true.
Well, nothing's going to put them under the radar more than
losing to St. Mary's.
Losing to St. Mary's, and everyone's going to forget about them.
That is true.
Sort of.
They've been the hottest team maybe in America before this game. But you know what's funny, though? My brother said this last night. This may be one of the only last truly great college basketball rivalries. These teams legitimately hate each other.
Duke, North Carolina not making your list?
No, that's number one.
Okay.
I'm saying, but like in terms of like still real hatred probably in the top 5.
And realignment not splitting them either.
Right. There's been no realignment. They've been at
nobody
this
wants
thing
their
now
football team
for like 15 years since Randy Bennett's really done a great job with St. Mary's. But like the fact that, yes, I wanted them under the radar. So you would think a loss, not too bad. Maybe get yourself right for the tournament. No, I hate that team. I'm sorry. I cannot stand them.
Wow.
Yeah, move over Michigan, Ohio State.
I've never
Here
heard
comes St. Mary's Gonzaga.
That kind of vitriol for the Gales.
How you feel about Wagner? They're dancing for the first time since 2003 after taking down top-seeded Merrimack at Merrimack in the NEC finale, 54-47. Oakland won the
Wait, hold on. You didn't mention the craziest part about that.
Which part about that?
Didn't they only have 7 starters?
They only have 7 players. Yeah,
they have 7 players. They just won the tournament.
Yeah, they're the 6th seed. They beat the top 3 seeds all on the road.
Wait, why do they only have 7 players?
Injuries.
Wait, why 7 starters? That seems like an unfair advantage.
Yeah, right. They've got 7 active players. They actually had to convince the quarterback of the football team to join the team mid-season just to have enough people to practice with.
Yeah, and that was I did one of their games in November, and that was a problem then, that they were unable to have full 5-on-5 practices. So it's gotten worse, but this was a season-long thing for them.
Can't wait to see them lose by 40 to Houston in the first round.
Well, they got to go to Dayton. They're definitely going to Dayton.
They got to win a game to get to the
3 of their players have to play all 40 minutes, and I think the others play 38.
Yep, they're very cool. Oakland won the Horizon Tourney 83-76 over Milwaukee. Trey Townsend, 38 points and 11 rebounds. We won't see CaitlinClark, by the way, until next week. She and the Iowa Hawkeyes resting up for March Madness after winning the Big Ten Tourney on Sunday. That CBS telecast averaged 3.02 million viewers, the most for a women's game on CBS in 25 years. The only bigger audience for a women's game this season was Iowa and Ohio State on Fox 2 weekends ago. It's also the 5th most watched college game, women or men, so far this campaign. America loves itself some CaitlinClark.
I can't wait. CaitlinClark, if she gets to the Final Four, let's say, that rating would blow away the men's rating, right? Triple it. Or am I out of
Triple seems I don't think that's possible.
No, triple. Yeah, I'm getting a little excited. They got $10 million last year for LSU Iowa. I think that number would double this year because the hype has grown so much more. It's going to be hard to get her that far. Obviously, who knows what will happen in the tournament, but I think it'll be monstrous.
Hold on. For the women, the men's Final Four is Saturday and Monday, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So the women's is Friday and Sunday?
No, I think it's Sunday, Tuesday.
That's what I believe.
Wait, no, they might have flipped it to Friday, Sunday,
I think it's
actually.
Friday, Sunday.
I think it's Friday, Sunday. Last year
used to be Sunday, Tuesday.
Was a weekend when I watched Caitlin-Clark.
It's all right. The only reason I bring that up is a little wonky TV stuff, but Friday is a ratings black hole.
Yes.
But last year, I think it did really well.
It did do well on that Friday, but again.
And I think you're pushing the number too far. There's not 10 million undecided viewers who are going to jump in for CaitlinClark in this Final Four. It's going to go up. It's going to set records. I think you're just projecting too much of a doubling and tripling. It's just not possible.
I disagree. I think if she got to the final game, the hype has just gotten so crazy this year. I think it's grown tremendously.
Oh, yeah, but it's just to
20 million.
10 to 20, that is
well,
astronomical.
They went from, what's a normal rating? They went from 2 or 3 to 10.
Yeah, but
that's pretty huge too. So maybe there's another jump.
No. But again, that's the jump. You're asking for another 10 million people that were not watching them to watch.
I mean, that's
a lot of people.
We're talking a mid-season Cowboys Giants game gets 30. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of viewers out there. I don't think it's going to happen because it's so hard to get through the tournament. I think it'd be a huge jump. I mean, she's on the cover of every magazine. Hypothetically, if there were still magazines.
We already determined yesterday that magazines don't matter.
Yeah, no, I know.
When we talked about whatever happened to Playboy. Yes.
No, I'm going to say, she was really famous last year, too. It wasn't like everybody didn't know who she was last year.
But I wonder if you could actually look at the percentages. You said 3 million the other day?
Yeah.
What percentage is that up from a CaitlinClark in the same situation last year? It might be up a significant percentage.
I don't think the numbers have been going up last year, too, so there's probably not a great comparison.
Or the Fox Ohio State game.
Yeah.
I think the numbers have gone up. We'll see. It'd be great for the sport if she made it to the final. I hope someone tells the officials that. Right?
This is the only time we really want the fix to just be 100% in.
And bring me LSU. If they could get LSU there somehow, oh boy. You're telling me if Angel Reese and CaitlinClark, could that do 20 million?
I still think that's too many people. It's just too many.
Yeah, it's a lot.
this is a good conversation, though, for women's basketball. The fact that we're having even talking about can they sniff 20 million viewers, the NBA would die for that.
Yeah.
Die to get 20 million viewers watching the
100%.
finals. Major League Baseball would make the uniforms just fully paper mache. Yeah, dudes would just straight up be playing naked.
New baseball.
They'd look like John Cena.
Yeah, John Cena at the Oscars. You just get a little envelope to put in front of your 855-2124-CBS. Bogusch, thank you so much. Coming up, the biggest move in free agency so far. We've got it next.
I don't think 20 million.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds.
Enlightenment comes from the depths of caves and the depth. In a world where enlightenment comes from the depths of caves and the depths of consciousness, one man emerges with a newfound clarity. It's the one, the only me, Aaron Rodgers. That's right, folks. Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback turned cave-dwelling mystic, has returned from his spiritual journey to shed light on the cosmic truths that elude us. I've delved into the depths of the earth and the depths of my own mind, and let me tell you, the revelations are mind-blowing. It's time to bring the wisdom of the cave and the wisdom of the jungle to the forefront. With me as your vice president, you can expect a leader who's not afraid to embrace the unconventional path to enlightenment. I'm not just a quarterback, I'm a sage who sipped from the sacred brew of ayahuasca and communed with the spirits of the cosmos. So, this election, let's make transcendence the ultimate victory. Vote Aaron Rodgers for vice president, and let's embark on a journey of spiritual awakening for America. Paid for by the committee to elect Aaron Rodgers for vice president. Seekers of truth and enlightenment.
One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back. Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff, CBS Sports Radio Morning Show. Michael is in Las Vegas. We kicked off the show talking about Justin Fields and what the Bears should do. Do they just hang on to him now that the market appears to have cooled off? Take Caleb Williams number 1. Fields sits behind him, and you wait until another team needs a QB. Michael, what do you think, sir?
I think you might be right, Maggie.
I love those words.
Oh,
Michael.
Lost you, bud.
Sorry. Half guess and half my point of view. I think that let's say the 3 quarterbacks go right, 1, 2, 3, and then you got 4 or 5, and then the Giants are going to take a quarterback. I think they're taking McCarthy if he's on there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 4 gone, and then there's 3 more teams that need quarterbacks. You got the Vikings, the Broncos, and the Raiders. So you only have 2 more left in the draft. You got
Penix and Nix. Yep.
Penix and Nix.
And I'm not sure Penix is a first rounder still. We still have to sort that out. But your point's a good one. After the draft, you could have teams jump back in for Fields. Yep.
I think Penix is going to go to Minnesota, and I think Nix is going to Denver. And that leaves
the Raiders.
Unfortunately, it leaves the Raiders because I wanted the Raiders to get Nick, so I don't think he's going to last.
No, and Michael, I don't think that's a marriage. I know you're in Vegas and appreciate the phone call, and thanks so much. And sorry we couldn't hook up with you when we were out in the Super Bowl, but I don't think that's a fit because Luke Getsy was the offensive coordinator for the Bears with Justin Fields, and I don't think that went all that great. And they just signed Gardner Minshew yesterday.
Yeah, they signed Minshew. I don't think Michael mentioned Seattle, who has been linked to Penix because Penix just played in Seattle at University of Washington. Yeah. And I think that
and his offensive coordinator is there, right?
Derek Grubb?
Is that his last name's Grubb? I don't remember the first name. Go ahead.
I think that there's a good fit there, and also the fact that Geno Smith's a perfect bridge quarterback. He's on a 1-year deal, effectively a 1-year deal. So I think that could also be, why not them for Justin Fields?
I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it happens, and Geno would be the perfect bridge quarterback, as you mentioned, Prof, because he also, he's going to be gracious about it. He has basically held down every role possible in the NFL, and he, was a backup in New York, came to Seattle as a backup, bided his time. They probably thought about going with Drew Lock, and instead Geno ended up winning the job and then resurrecting his career.
It's interesting. In that scenario, we're talking about Justin Fields like he's in this draft. It's kind of like you might as well kind of put Justin Fields in this draft, except you don't get the rookie salary deals. I think he's 25. He could be in this draft. I think that's an interesting question. If you mentioned all these quarterbacks, where would Justin Fields fit amongst these guys?
Where would he be if he was just in this draft?
Is he better than Bo Nix? Is he better than J.J. McCarthy? I think you could easily make an argument.
He definitely has better college tape throwing the ball than J.J. McCarthy. Everyone does.
You have better college tape than GW.
I mean, I have a hell of an arm. The Giants yesterday also, agreed to a deal with Drew Lock.
What does that mean?
$5 million for Drew Lock with the New York Giants.
What? That is right between really paying for a backup or really not paying for a backup. Does that mean they're out of the draft? Because a lot of the reporting does not necessarily mean that they might not take a guy.
I think they're still into it, but they probably don't want to trade up and don't know how the board's going to fall.
Got it.
And this is some kind of contingency because Daniel Jones, unfortunately, will likely get hurt. This has just been part of his career. Coming up, one of our very favorite players picking up a new side hustle. Diversification in the workplace. Talk about Aaron Rodgers. We'll do that next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
What the is Aaron Rodgers up to today?
Hey, welcome to the show. Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. Perloff, when we invented What the Bleep is Aaron Rodgers up to today, we could have never imagined we'd be doing stories like the one we're about to bring you.
We had no idea how far this was going to go, Maggie.
Nope, and I'm glad we have it, because what the bleep is Aaron Rodgers up to today? Well, deciding if he wants to go into politics. And not after he retires. No, this is not a pie in the sky, oh, once I get out of football, maybe I'll run for office. No. We've seen that plenty of times before. He could be contemplating a soiree into politics right now. According to the New York Times, that little publication, he has made the short list to be the vice presidential nominee to Robert Kennedy Jr., who is running as an independent in the 2024 presidential election. Who else is on the short list? I'm glad you asked. None other than Jesse the Body Ventura.
What about Pete the Body?
Yes, tune in. Pete the Body is next. Mr. Kennedy confirmed to the Times yesterday that the two men, that meaning Rodgers and Ventura, are at the top of the list. Mr. Kennedy also said that he's been speaking with Aaron Rodgers, quote, pretty continuously for the last month. So this is not something that came out of the woodwork yesterday, or they're just sort of floating this out there. They've actually been in real talks here. And Aaron Rodgers is really contemplating, allegedly, becoming the running mate for Robert Kennedy Jr. This sounds like Aaron Rodgers is high.
Well, probably. But can I stick up for Aaron Rodgers one thing? Because he's getting just killed. He's getting murdered.
Because this is insane.
Yes, that is why. But the story said he did not turn down the offer or something. He can, and I hope will, come out tomorrow and say, yes, he reached out to me, but no, I'm not interested. Because we haven't heard him say, I want to be on this vice president ticket yet. Until I hear that, I'm not really going to kill him, because he has to notice the backlash over the last 24 hours. Not just Jets fans. NFL Network, of all places, it doesn't rip anybody, had a 20-minute roast of Aaron Rodgers for being on this. NFL Network, the most conservative media outlet there is, was making fun of him. I think Mike Garafolo said, I hope he's not the Surgeon General. I mean, this is something that is not going over well. Aaron can kill this by coming out tomorrow on Pat McAfee show and saying, I was very flattered. I fully support him for president, but no, my priority is the NFL. And not only should he better do that, Maggie.
Well,
right?
You're not telling Aaron Rodgers what to do. I'm not telling Aaron Rodgers what to do. Nobody's going to tell him what to do. And I think this is part of it. Because here's the thing. Even if he comes out today or tomorrow and goes out and says, I'm not going to do it, I turned it down, why the heck did it take you a month to even turn it down? Here's the other people who have already turned down Robert Kennedy Jr. Tulsi Gabbard, Rand Paul, Andrew Yang. These are actual real politicians who do this, and they've already all said no. So the fact that Rodgers, who has a job, being the quarterback of the Jets, had to take a month, potentially, to even come to the realization. What, did you need a darkness retreat? Did we do more soul-searching, ayahuasca? The fact you needed this much time to contemplate this tells you all you need to know. His commitment right now to the New York Jets has got to be the most flimsy, shaky thing ever.
I think you're making a little bit of a jump there. You do not know what Aaron Rodgers has been doing over the last month, because nobody's asked him, do you want to be vice president? I'm sure somebody asked Andrew Yang. That guy's out all the time. I think
the Times.
Did they call? What did Rodgers say?
They turned it down.
I'm just
comment.
saying.
It's a no comment from Rodgers' camp. And Jesse Ventura,
Rodgers,
they have not said it.
I got to see him on mic saying, hey, I spent the last month contemplating this. And by the way, I'm not saying he's not really contemplating it, but my guess is he comes out and shoots us down, and he is the quarterback of the Jets. Now, he has every right to be involved in this, in the sense that you can endorse a political candidate. I just the way the Times are written. By the way, it's the Times. It's not exactly the Bible here. I'm just or the gospel.
I know it's the newspaper of record.
Yeah, maybe 40 years ago it was. Okay. Now it's got more.
Do you think this is a fake?
I just say the Times reporting is garbage consistently.
Robert Kennedy confirmed it, Perloff.
Let's take this away from
the New York Times.
But
the story's real.
I'm actually, in all seriousness, I have to hear Aaron Rodgers say, I've been seriously contemplating this before I'm going to kill him as not committed to the Jets. I really do. I want to hear him say that, because Aaron Rodgers is the king of saying, "Oh, there's nothing to that report." He'll probably come out and say that. He always denies reports.
Aaron Rodgers always tells the truth. Yeah,
I'm not saying he's going to be telling the truth,
how about this?
but at least give him a chance to say something here before we really question his commitment to the Jets.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Aaron Rodgers is not a stranger to how this thing works, and so when the New York Times, whatever you want to say about it, it's a widely read publication. When they reach out to your representatives and you don't respond immediately, that means you are okay with this story going out, because Rodgers has had to work on these kind of timelines before. He understands when stories come out, reporters will reach out to your people. They'll give you an ample amount of time to say what you want to say, and he said nothing. That means he's okay with this story being out there, that he's on the short list along with Jesse Ventura to become a vice presidential nominee.
Where is Rodgers right now?
Doing podcasts. I mean, he's not out in the mountains somewhere.
Oh, you have no idea. That dude, the whole segment's called "What the Bleep is Aaron Rodgers Doing?" He might be in Timbuktu, halfway up a mountain right now. We have no idea what Aaron Rodgers is doing.
Okay, but he's okay with Robert Kennedy telling the Times we've been talking for the last month. So he's okay with this, Perloff. You have to get on board with the fact that Rodgers wants this out there.
I got to hear from him. I think you're inferring a little bit. And just jumping to a conclusion, just because his people, I don't even know what that means. Who are his people? He's not a political guy.
His agent.
I got to hear more from Aaron Rodgers before.
Sorry, he's at the Malibu house, and Brian Gutekunst, and no one else can get in touch with him.
Yeah, by the way, that's the other thing, too. Are you sure that he got RFK's call? Because he doesn't have good cell service out there. I just think there's more to be said here, because everyone's legitimately killing him. I know EJ is a Jets fan, is in panic. I mean, come on. He's not really running for vice president. He's going to be there in week 1.
Okay, but
he'll be hurt by week 4, but he's going to be there.
Here's the thing where I get it, right? It's you have the rest of your life, and you have right now to endorse whoever you want, and you have the rest of your life to be involved in politics the moment you step off the football field. You made a commitment to the Jets. It went totally south last year where you get hurt after 4 snaps. You do all this rehab. The Jets never sign a backup quarterback, a legitimate one, because they're waiting for you to come back, and they're worried about your feelings and how you're going to be and keeping this hope alive that you're going to come back. The organization has catered everything to them. The fact that you wouldn't shoot this down and it's even gotten this far, I'm taking this way too seriously. This is stupid, but the fact that it's even gotten this far, I get why Jets fans would be ticked off about that. Because if someone called you, Perloff, and said, hey, I want you to run for vice president, wouldn't you say, I have a job. My job is I have a show with my name on it. And a lot of people are supporting me to do this show. It's such a finger in the eye of people who have basically made everything around the organization to your liking, to a T. And the fact that you would not shoot this down immediately, I would have a problem with that.
Well, I got to hear, but you don't have Aaron Rodgers on record. You don't even know how the New York Times reached out to him. You don't know where he was or what he was saying until he tells you. You got to hear from Aaron Rodgers. I just had no comment to the New York Times on this story is not enough for me.
This is how it goes. Robert Kennedy Jr. has recently approached NFL quarterback Aaron Rodgers and former Minnesota governor and professional wrestler Jesse Ventura about serving as his running mate on an independent presidential ticket, and both have welcomed the overtures. 2 people familiar with the discussion said. It's not a made-up story by the Times.
I'm sure Aaron Rodgers is flattered. I would welcome that overture, too.
You have a job. He has a
job.
No.
I would say, hey, I'm very flattered. Thank you for the overture. That doesn't mean he's taking it. I welcome the overtures. I just think you're making a little leap to say, wait till he's going to come out on next Tuesday or whenever he does McAfee says, okay, Robert Kennedy Jr. Asked me to be vice president, and I said I was very flattered, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to be the Jets, and the story is going to go away.
Okay, well, until he says that, I think we've got to hear from the horse's mouth. And again, he has the opportunities, and he understands how media works, where he could nip this in the bud if he wanted to, and I don't think he does. And listen, if it's to get publicity for his candidate, then he's playing the game. But just know you are also potentially alienating Jets fans while you do it. And I think the Jets fans right now, if I can speak for you guys for a minute, you're so excited about Rodgers because you're so desperate to make the playoffs and desperate for a quarterback, but he's kind of testing you, really. I mean, his Tuesdays were the Super Bowl last year, where he was making these appearances on McAfee, and while he's preaching out of one side of his mouth, hey, no distractions, we got to cut the BS, no more leaks, no more, anything that's not about football has to get out of the locker room, and now you just invited this by not immediately shooting down a story that you could be on a presidential ticket. I mean, talk about hypocrisy. This dude is out of control.
Aaron Rodgers, he's a scam artist. I mean, that's what he is.
Well, then he should be a politician.
Right. Well, yeah, which is why he probably fits right in. Look, it's what I think frustrates me the most, and Maggie kind of pointed it out, is this team has done everything, bent backwards all the way. A lot of people who do not like Aaron Rodgers supported Aaron Rodgers coming here because they want to win a championship, because they want to see good football. And nobody can blame him for getting hurt at all. But the lack of leadership, the way he's brought only negative headlines to this team since he got hurt in that week 1 game, it's just, when does it end? When does it end?
It never ends.
Do you want him next year?
No, I would have traded. I said on the show, I would have traded him months ago. When that whole thing with Kimmel and all that nonsense, get him out of here. There was all these quarterbacks in this draft. You're drafting number, 10 or 9, whatever they are? Go get a new quarterback and start over. This thing is washed.
I know, but the Jets can't select a quarterback in the draft, EJ.
Yeah.
You know that, I know that, and the American people
Apparently
know that.
They can't get a guy who wants to play quarterback for them in the free agency. They want a guy who wants to be a vice president.
What's the one constant in this situation with the Jets' problems? The Jets. But that being said, Belichick was a big part of the 2016 election, and they went on to go to a Super. The last thing Donald Trump read before he got elected was Bill Belichick thinks I'm a great president, and it was a huge swing in the election. At least public relations it was, and then
Belichick wasn't on the ticket.
He was on.
He wrote a letter.
But I agree. I think Rodgers is doing the same thing as Belichick in a sense. I think he's just supporting his guy. He tweeted on March 8th after RFK Jr. made a speech. He said, "This is very presidential." He's all in on Robert Kennedy Jr.
Okay,
so that's I think this not shooting him down and making his guy look bad. I don't think that he's really contemplating this. Maybe I'm totally naive.
Okay, you might be right, but let's deal with the facts of the story as they are today. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but the facts of the story today is that he's on the short list.
Right.
Like, that just didn't come out of thin air. It came from Robert Kennedy's mouth.
It's okay. To me, Mike Greenberg, our friend, he never makes jokes on Twitter, but he had a good one last night. This sums it up. By the way, a 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers coming off an Achilles tear, campaigning for the vice presidency 6 days a week, would still be the best quarterback the Jets have had in decades.
I mean, when's he going to campaign in the bye week?
Say what you want. I can't believe you don't want him there next year.
I was thinking, who's going to be Secretary of State? The Fireman Ed? I mean,
what's your other option? Zach Wilson?
I just said, draft a quarterback. This is supposed to be. You keep saying there's going to be 5 quarterbacks, maybe 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round. There's all these quarterbacks that's supposed to be so good. Go get another quarterback. This guy doesn't want to be the Jets quarterback. He shows it every time he talks. He wants to talk about Jimmy Kimmel. He wants to talk about Dr. Fauci. He wants to now be a vice president.
Jeffrey Epstein.
This guy said everything that is a distraction needs to be out of the locker room. And yet all he does is talk about things that aren't to do with football. He doesn't care about being the Jets quarterback.
Well, you know what this means. If he plays next year and is good and the Jets are good, you can't root for them.
No, I'm going to root for them because that's my team.
I don't know. You just said get rid of them.
This is my team.
So you'll be fine with them if they go 12-5.
I want to. No,
you can
he's got to win a Super
him.
Bowl. No, I'm not. He's got to win a Super Bowl. You came over here. You were talking about, it's Super Bowl or bust. I want to get a Lombardi. The other one is lonely. You talked all this stuff, and now a year later, I got to hear. Literally a year later, because this is around the time he got traded. I got to hear. Actually, I'm thinking about being a vice president. Get lost. What a clown.
Here's a question. The vice president generally it's a strategic move because you're hoping to win the state that vice president or win the state.
You have a reason. You have some reason. Yeah.
Mike Pence was like a religious vote that came with Trump or whatever. Kamala Harris, it was California. The Democrats probably going to win that anyway, or a woman, or whatever he wanted to do. Right? Yeah. It's always strategic about the vice president. Does Rodgers, are you sure he even wins you any of these states? Because New York and New Jersey are kind of against him right now because of all the backlash to this and the Jets fans. Wisconsin, I think, kind of turned their back on him. And Jordan Love is really hot right now. So I don't know if he'd win Wisconsin or help that. And California generally goes to Democrats these days. So I don't know if he's doing what they think he's doing.
That's the thing, too. You're never going to be vice president with Robert Kennedy Jr., dog. I'd almost would maybe defend it a little bit. He's like, Donald Trump or Joe Biden wants me to be vice president. All right, well, I mean, there's a chance you'll be vice president, I guess. He's not even going to win, so you're literally wasting time.
Here's what it is, EJ. This is okay. I think we can all. We're talking about Aaron Rodgers is now, according to the New York Times, and Robert Kennedy has made it on a short list to be Robert Kennedy's running mate, or at least that's the contemplation. There's been conversations about it. Don't know if he's been formally offered, but it's in the ether. So the other question about this is, why would Rodgers want to do this, right? Because you're right. there's not a shot that Robert Kennedy's going to actually win this election. However, no chance. Independent, not a chance. However, there is a shot, and not to delve into politics here, that it ends up impacting the election. Just like Ralph Nader may have impacted the election, like Ross Perot may have impacted the election. There have been recent third-party candidates in our lifetime that have impacted elections. So I think this is Aaron Rodgers. He says the ego dies. Not on this dude. It's like Freddy Krueger on this guy. The ego will not die. And I think part of this is his thought about, wow, I could be a part of history here where I'm not going to win the election, but I could influence the election. And this may be one of the most important presidential elections of our lifetime. I mean, we can go back to the 1800s when we talk about really important crossroads of our country, but this one seems pretty big. And he could be written into history books that, no, he didn't win, but he is a bold-faced name that could end up impacting this election because Robert Kennedy is going to steal votes from most likely the Democratic Party, or maybe it's the Republicans. I actually don't know.
Yeah, that's one thing. Good luck figuring that one out.
Votes from somebody.
Yeah, I mean, what policies are?
I don't know.
Because his name is Kennedy.
Because his name is Kennedy. I think that's
but
the
his
only
policies
reason.
are closer to Trump.
His policies are not. Yes, his policies are not.
Well,
but
anyway.
still.
And by the way, there are a lot of people who like him. He just has some controversial medical takes.
Being an environmentalist, I think
there's a lot
appeals to people, but his stance on vaccines is, very polarizing.
Yes, and so are Aaron Rodgers. I think this is a lot about the vaccine science, and Aaron Rodgers keeps coming back to that. I think a lot of people have moved on from that debate. A-Rod is all in there. No, he still likes that one. I understand what you're saying, that this could be, by the way, I don't want to get political, but those dudes just ran 4 years ago. They're running this time. They'll probably run again in 4 years against each other. When you say it's the most influential, I'm like, wait a second. This is, I think all these elections seem super big. Regardless.
Well, somebody's going to win and be a two-time president.
Here's a real question. Is Aaron Rodgers thinking bigger after he was playing? Vice president now with Robert Kennedy Jr. is this something he could be president on this whatever ticket? He could be an independent party next time, 4 years from now, which will also be a crazy important election. And 8 years from now, why not?
Well, again, if he wants to do that after he stopped playing, and no one's saying, don't have a political view and play sports. He's a citizen of this country. He can do that. But once he retires, fine, go do what you want to do.
But
be Steve Largent, be Bill Bradley, do whatever you want to do. We've seen athletes get into politics, but literally while you're playing, that is the insane part of this. And Rodgers wanted to host Jeopardy and play for the Packers at the same time. That seems quaint now.
Yeah, get a little momentum. Let this story stay out there for a week, get your name into the political press. Obviously, he's going to come out and say, I'm playing for the Jets and not doing this, because I think, by the way, that 40 whatever million the Jets are paying him, he's going to take that money. He's not running for vice president for free.
He's got so much money, Perloff.
Oh, get out of here. You think he doesn't want that money?
Let's play career earnings with Aaron Rodgers. But sorry, make your point.
No, he's going to play. Guarantee he's starting for the Jets next year, and I guarantee he lets us sit out here, so now he's in political circles. And then if he wants to do it in the future.
You tell people don't have these distractions, yet you're going to let it sit out here because your own personal gain. I mean, pick up a mirror, man.
Newsflash, Aaron Rodgers is a hypocrite. You know how long that's been going on? Forever. Dude can sling the ball. EJ, I would just let it all go and just pray that he gets out there week one.
He didn't play well. All right,
he didn't play at all. He played 4 snaps.
The guy that replaced him just took his team to the playoffs and won a game.
Are you saying he didn't play well on that 2nd and 8 where he threw a screen pass? Like, what are you basing him not playing well on?
I'm talking about when he played for the Packers. He had a rough season, and they were like, hey, we're going to take a guy who's never played before and give this guy a shot. That guy now is the hottest quarterback in the NFL. This guy has something to prove, at least here in New York City. I can't talk about the NFL or overall. He hasn't done anything here.
Aaron Rodgers.
He doesn't think he has anything left to prove.
Had a rookie.
I don't think.
He had a rookie receiving core. He had 26 touchdowns and 12 picks his final year in Green Bay. If the Jets had that at quarterback, they would be hosting a Lombardi Trophy right now with that defense. I'll tell you, he played.
The Packers didn't have it last year because they wouldn't be in the playoffs.
2022 Packers. Rodgers played. If you got that play of the Jets, that'd be the best quarterback play they've had since Vinny Testaverde.
So Aaron Rodgers' career earnings. Perloff said he wouldn't walk away from $40 million to potentially be the vice president for Robert Kennedy Jr. I think he would walk away for $40 million because I'm looking at this number.
Yeah.
You want to take a guess?
400.
This is just career earnings.
400.
Overshot a little. $542 million.
Oh my God, that's like an NBA shooting guard. He needs this $40 million.
Him and Buddy Hield.
342, California resident. That kind of no. I mean, I do think that money still matters to these guys. I don't understand it too, but you know that the rich guys want those contracts.
But also, let's be real though.
Yeah,
if we're going to be real. You want money, get into politics.
Oh,
yeah. Well, no, but maybe that's why he's letting this sit out here. Maybe it's a bigger picture deal.
He'll make more money just off the book of whatever he's writing. I think he's just trying to be the most interesting person at a dinner party for the rest of time. Hey, did I ever tell you about the time I almost became VP?
Oh, actually, your Jets are paying him $50 million next year.
Don't worry.
Great.
He'll
But
be.
he wants to be a vice president. Okay, cool.
Imagine like Aaron Rodgers because there's obviously people in the chat, youtube.com/CBS Sports Radio, twitch.tv/CBS Sports Radio, like Pine Needle saying, as VP of the USA, you don't really do anything.
Hey, good point.
So you could still be 100% committed to football. Some candidates don't even leave their house for the entire campaign.
I mean, let's face it. Kamala Harris could have been backup somewhere.
Where is she?
Yeah, she could play somewhere right now. She had a better arm.
No, they don't give her anything. But the thing is two things. I can't actually imagine what's Rodgers immigration. Like what's going to be the thing that he takes over?
Oh no, he's got takes. Oh
my God.
What would be like? All right, we're gonna
medical. His only by transforming the medical community.
Right, and so the first platform. Right, go after big pharma.
Yeah,
and who's that?
His owner.
Wow. How did the Johnsons get rich?
Yeah.
And people are like, oh, they divested themselves.
Way too late on that.
They still have shares.
That hypocrisy train left the station last year. If you're going back to that, Maggie, there's 9 hypocritical things that have happened between now and then.
Oh,
yeah, I'm sorry. I'm the Woody Johnson thing. That is ancient history. At this point, I think Aaron Rodgers comes out next week, says, I'm playing for the Jets, and I think he's going to be good, and they're going to win 11 games, and EJ's going to find a way to let his ethics leave here and root for Aaron Rodgers by the end of the season.
I'm a New York Jets fan. Like, I'm not going to hear from any other fan that I can't root for my team. I am going to root for my team. But this guy is a clown. Just like the Jets have had other players that were on the team that helped them win that I couldn't stand. That happens.
Yeah.
It is a little weird.
This guy came in and said, I want to win a Super Bowl, and my thing, Super Bowl expectations.
It is weird to think that your quarterback's a total clown and root for the team. Like, there is a little bit of a problem there, I think.
It's a massive problem. But, what am I supposed to do? He's the quarterback of the team. I'm not going to sit there and, boo. What am I? He's the quarterback. So I'm hoping he does well. And that's the thing, too. This doesn't help him as a player. It would be better if he was actually focused on the team.
Well, he's a million miles away from that.
Right.
Again, this is all one ayahuasca-induced fever.
Yeah.
He might not even know what planet he's on because this one's out there, even for Rodgers.
It is hard to read a playbook while you're in a dark room for 4 days. So I think the guy is used to distractions. I think he can handle all this. I want to see it happen. I'm sorry.
Everybody does, except for Jet fans.
yeah, I think also, it would be fascinating. What an experiment.
This is like how, one of the brilliant things that Trump did is that he, the media was like his campaign mouthpiece, right? Because they covered him so much. It was almost just like they were in some ways helping his campaign just because everyone couldn't stop talking about Trump, and they still do. This is actually kind of smart because the sports media would have to talk about Rodgers' campaign all the time because this is our sandbox. This is in our wheelhouse.
2 weeks ago, I said we're not doing the Jets offseason crap because it was so out of control last year. I said that nobody's going to pay attention to them. Then Aaron Rodgers said, I don't think so.
What do you think? 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. Is this a joke? Is this something you want to see? Is it a little of both? 855-212-4CBS. We want to hear your takes on Aaron Rodgers. We all think it's ludicrous. What about you?
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Maggie and Perloff. NFL free agency rolls on. Day one was amazing, all time. Day two is still pretty good. Day three, a couple guys out there, still drips and drabs.
Like Jimmy Garoppolo getting released. We're kind of getting a little down to the bottomer of the barrel.
Now, actually, it's a real signings happen at some point this afternoon because this has all been legal tampering, Maggie. We haven't even had actual. So none of this has actually happened, but it will all become official later today. I like it. They're going to need a legal tampering period before the legal tampering period. But this has been a killer NFL free agency. I'm enjoying every second of it.
Oh, yeah. We got free agency. It's been awesome. Now we've got Aaron Rodgers has entered the fold as a potential vice presidential nominee.
Yeah.
I mean,
move over basketball. NFL is still here.
How does any other sport compete? Are they even going to have the tournament this year? It's football and everything else. Our pal Big Dave is in Kentucky. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
We're doing great. What's on your mind?
Well, I was just curious. I was wondering when the all-in portion of free agency starts.
Oh, you're Cowboys, Dave. I thought you were off the bandwagon officially.
Oh, I am. I'm just poking fun now. Yeah, it's a view from the sideline that I really feel like I've been freed after I've escaped from that purgatory.
You've given up on them.
Oh, yeah, it's laughable. Hey, McLovin, congratulations with the Saquon Barkley. I think that pretty well they can go ahead and give y'all the Eastern Conference trophy right now.
Well, you guys got Michael Gallup re-signed for $12 million a year, which made everybody here scratch their heads last night.
Well, that's what they do, man. Well, listen, on a more serious note, you guys, y'all don't talk a lot about college basketball.
Just wait.
Y'all keep your thumb on the pulse.
Listen. It's one of our favorite sports. We're about to get so knee deep into college hoops, both the men's and the women's side. Dave, it's all you can handle.
Good deal. So, what are you guys? How you guys feeling right now?
I'll tell you.
I know it's early, but
Dave, guess I have a little problem with some of your neighbors. SEC country is coming after still today. I get 10 tweets a day because I ripped Tennessee for celebrating an SEC title and said you should have bigger goals the NCAA tournament, and that didn't go over well. But you understand, Dave. You're a winner. You get it.
God bless you, McLovin. Listen, I go at it all the time. Last year, Rick Barnes cried. Throw this out, McLovin. Here's you some ammo, man. Last year, Rick Barnes cried cutting down the nets at the SEC tournament.
Oh no, I didn't even know that.
He did. He cried, man. It's like I'm into it with their fan base on X all the time. And my favorite catch line back to him was like they were going on about winning the conference title this year. When's the parade? They hang banners for everything, man. I mean, you can't. But here's the thing, McLovin, and I'll let you guys go. But you can't tell them to act like they've been there before. You know why? Because they haven't.
Oh.
Good day, guys.
See you, Dave.
Dave's feeling after Kentucky beat Tennessee.
I was going to say, I know where this is coming from.
By the way, Kentucky, there's no way. I've been waiting for Kentucky to win a title. I pick Kentucky every year for 10 years. I'm never getting back on that bandwagon for Dave. But Tennessee, celebrate all you want. Thank God someone finally backed me because nobody on social media backed me. They say I'm a killjoy by saying Tennessee shouldn't over-celebrate a conference title. They're going to be a number 1 or a 2 seed. Isn't the goal to win the NCAA tournament? I love watching the small schools win. It's great. The banner, the confetti comes down because you win the NEC. But come on, if you're a major conference team, you got to focus on the tournament now.
I mean, I'm with you, but the tournament also is really it's the biggest crapshoot in all of sports, which is why we love it so much. So,
you're the number 4 team in the country.
They cut down the nets, though.
It's men's Tennessee basketball. This is not North Carolina or Duke.
Yeah, right.
I mean, and I don't mean as a diss. Don't come after me, Tennessee fans. I love Rocky Top. I'm just saying, though, them winning a conference regular season title is a big deal.
Dave said that Rick Barnes cried last year.
Yeah, but college basketball coaches cry over everything.
But Rick Barnes is going to go down and talking about playoff chokers. I mean, Rick Barnes' career is going to be missing a lot of tournament success.
I know, which is probably why he's thrilled to add another conference championship. I don't know.
Quickly, Tim's in San Diego wants to weigh in on Aaron Rodgers, allegedly, according to Robert Kennedy Jr., on a short list to possibly be a vice presidential nominee on an independent ticket. Yes, that's all right. Tim, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Maggie, Perloff, EJ. You guys have a great show. The only thing I want to say is he's a scam artist. When you're a caliber quarterback and projected, and to give that much money, you need to perform. You need to focus. When Travis Kelce, when he was getting ripped on social media for not being focused, he kicked it into gear and he started focusing. So his fans, he owes it to the fans, to the city of New York, to freaking just get down and focus on the game because you're getting paid a lot of money to play a sport and everybody wants to win. So that's all I have to say. You guys are outstanding.
Tim, thank you for the phone call. And the sentiment, I mean, if you'd known that, if the Jets knew that Rodgers was even going to dabble into politics or entertain this or even really maybe be swayed by it, they probably would have had a different plan at quarterback than Tyrod Taylor.
You mean the owner that stepped down to become the ambassador of England would have had a different plan?
Well,
I don't know.
This wasn't his candidate.
Yeah. If you're saying the Jets would have done anything, I don't think the Jets would do anything differently. I think they still feel they're lucky to have Aaron Rodgers there because the quarterback play has been so bad over the years. I'll tell you, I love Greeny's tweet. I would take Aaron Rodgers running for vice president, being vice president. He's still going to be the best Jets quarterback since a long time.
I mean, look, I love Greeny, but I mean, he might as well be the general manager of the Jets at this point. I mean, he's
might do a better job.
He's so tied to the team. Yeah, maybe they should hire him. Like, I'm sure he will try to find any way to make this Aaron Rodgers thing somehow salvageable or something. It's I don't know. I think shout out to Tim. I just feel bad for Jets fans. I really do because
of which you are one.
Yes,
and this is where you feel bad. What about the years of losing?
No, I'm trying to put it beyond me because it's like it's all Jet fans want is just winning football and competent quarterback play without drama. And yes, you can make your jokes that then why the hell did they get Aaron Rodgers? I don't know. But there was a thought, and Aaron Rodgers seemed to put it out there that, hey, I'm going to be a team-first guy. I'm going to be focused. I want to show Green Bay that they were wrong about me. And all he's done is prove that Green Bay was right about every single thing they said about him. Every single thing.
Well, you try to shortcut your way to a title, and this is what happens. Andrew Bogish is here with headlines.
Oh, hey, guys. So if Aaron Rodgers for VP ain't your thing, and it shouldn't be, what about Steph Curry in the Oval Office? No matter what, he'll finish playing basketball first.
I have an interest in leveraging every part of my influence for good in the way that I can. So if that's the way to do it, then I'm not saying the presidency, but if politics, that's May, babe. But I'm saying if politics is a way that you can create meaningful change, or if there's another way outside of politics, that we can do.
You're not ruling it out.
No.
2028, you never
Not
know.
that soon.
Not that soon, okay.
I'll rule it out for you. Curry was on CBS this morning promoting his new children's book.
Well, if he wants to influence change, why politics?
Oh, that's a good way to influence change. Don't write some children's books. That is actually, I'm being very serious. That's a great way to influence change.
Yeah, we need more celebrities writing books about children. Yeah, I mean,
helping kids.
It's like a cottage industry. Yeah, what would be the best way for Steph Curry to actually invoke change?
To not be affiliated with a political party.
I'm just wondering, first of all, we were wondering, which party would he be a part of? And then the other one is, I don't understand why these rich and famous people want to get into politics right now. First of all, super divisive. You're going to turn off half your fan base just by simply picking a side. And then the other part is, we dig more into your personal life than ever before. Like, why would you want that headache? Look what's happening to Steve Garvey right now. It's like, well, he's running, and now we got two illegitimate children that are out there. Like, they're going to dig up everything from your past. I'm not saying Steph Curry has that. I'm just saying for Rodgers, too.
Well, two obvious reasons. One, to affect change. I think there are
some altruistic part of it.
I think some people hold on to that illusion that politics you can do. So I think once you get into politics, it's a little tougher. But secondly, some of these people, I'm not saying Steph or Aaron Rodgers, are egomaniacs who like attention. That's got to be part of the political I think you need an egomaniac, somebody who wants to be in front of people and wants to be heard. I don't mean it as much of an insult. That certain people are cut out to be politicians.
You're right.
Curry, I would not say, is one of those people. That does not
the
jump to
Petty
mind.
King?
Yeah, that doesn't strike me. Aaron Rodgers, on the other hand, I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. This is the beginning of the political career.
Parumph. As for his basketball, Curry now has clearance to return to on-court activities from his ankle injury. He is slated to practice with the Warriors on Friday in L.A. The Bucks had won their previous 15 meetings, but the Kings cruised to a 129-94 win last night in Sacramento. De'Aaron Fox with 29 points and 7 assists. Wemby just 13 points plus 10 rebounds, 6 helpers in the Spurs 103-101 home loss to the Rockets. And the Clippers fell at home to the T-Wolves 118-100 after leading by 22 in the second quarter. Right around there is where Kawhi Leonard left with back spasms. The Panthers are getting some help for Bryce Young. The amount of help is TBD. Carolina trading for Steelers wideout Deontay Johnson, sending corner Dante Jackson to Pittsburgh. Both players are entering the final year of their contracts. Patrick Mahomes doing the Chiefs another solid, redoing his contract again, this time freeing up $21.6 million in cap space, and the Texans inking former Vikings defensive end Danielle Hunter reportedly for 2 years, and $48 million guaranteed. The evil empire that is St. Mary's men's basketball struck again last night, taking down the little guys from Gonzaga 69-60 in the WCC finale in Vegas. Just like last year, Charleston wins the CAA auto bid, this time 82-79 in OT over Stony Brook. And South Dakota State left standing in the Summit 76-68 over Denver. Stanford star Cameron Brink still has her COVID year to use, but announced yesterday she's headed for the WNBA draft once the Cardinals season is over. Brink projected as the second pick to the Sparks after the Fever take CaitlinClark. And let's do that hockey.
Right to left, it's a 2-on-1 for Seattle. Barely onside, feed left Larson, back across, Pietrangelo broke it up. Pietrangelo, an area pass. Eichel on it. Eichel behind the defense. Eichel scores! Jack Eichel, 5-4 in overtime.
That's Dan Duva on Golden Knights Radio. Vegas rallying for a 5-4 win in OT in Seattle. So no funnel cakes. The loss dropping the Kraken 9 points behind the Knights for the last wildcard spot in the Western Conference. Guys, back to you.
In the chat, very relevant question, youtube.com/CBS Sports Radio, twitch.tv/CBS Sports Radio. Steph Curry wrote a children's book. Pete thought that was a good way to influence young minds and young people. Spencer asked in the chat, Pete, any of your books written for children? Of course, Pete Bellatti's bestsellers, What the Hell's Wrong with You? Yeah. What's the Matter with You People? And Why the Hell Are We All Here?
Yeah, very kid-friendly titles there.
Yeah. Has a library ever pre-banned a book?
Yes.
Okay.
Delta in the chat says, good night, Hollow Moon. Very good. Yes. If you give a mouse a Pfizer shot. Anyway.
I think a kid's book would be called I'm Not Eating That would be one. No, I won't go to bed. I don't know.
Or just no.
It's not worth it. No life goals by Pete Bellotti.
Give up now. Just trust us. It's not happening for you. the children's bestseller.
Learn a trade. That'll be another one.
What are you doing with that English degree? All right. 855.
2 volumes of that Learn the Trade book.
Yes. Learn a trade and also get out of my basement.
That's right.
855-212-4CBS. Thank you, Bogush. 855-212-4227. See you guys on the phones. We'll get to you in just one moment. Pittsburgh Steelers, not done. Perloff, they added Russell Wilson, and they've continued. Do their latest moves move the needle, though? We'll get to that next. Maggie and Perloff, CBS Sports Radio.
You're in a 5-minute break.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. This is Andrew Perloff with a CBS Sports Minute. The numbers aren't good for NFL running backs over 30, but it's hard not to be excited about the Ravens adding Derrick Henry. The 4-time Pro Bowler defies logical explanation. He's getting old in NFL terms, but he's still average of... He's getting old in NFL terms, but he's still average over 3 yards after contact last season. Try to tackle Henry? Not fun. Pair him with Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, and defenses have a problem on their hands. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. This is Maggie Gray with a CBS Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. Aaron Rodgers could be getting a new side hustle. Politics. Download Odyssey app. The Aaron Rodgers, even potentially, Perloff, getting into politics has been the big story this morning. He is on the short list to be a vice presidential candidate for Robert Kennedy Jr. John is in Chico, California, wants to weigh in. Good morning, John.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Good. Chico is Aaron Rodgers' hometown, right?
It is. You know, I grew up, I'm giving up a little bit older than he is, but let's just say I watched him a lot during playing high school football. And he was a really soft-spoken guy, you know. He seemed to be really mellow and down to earth. And, boy, I tell you what, sitting on that bench behind Favre and everything else when he snapped out of his shell, and he hasn't really pulled back the reins since then. And, you know, I see him doing something like that. And, for God's sakes, you know, as much as I am not one fan of one of them a lot, the other one I'm not a big fan either as far as presidents go. And I'm all for somebody else going. You know, I'd love to have somebody else in there, but let's face it, one of them's going to win, as sad as it's going to be, and I think it'd just be a good idea just to hold back, not pull away votes from the eventual winner, and hopefully we get the lesser of two evils in there.
Yeah, and, you know, John, I think a lot of people are thinking that way. You know, if there was actually, if we had a different type of political system that wasn't just so two parties, I think a lot of people would welcome that because politics is so divisive right now, Perloff. But looking to Aaron Rodgers to be that beacon of hope, I think, is probably looking in the wrong direction, at least right now, because, hey, guys, let's remember, this is not him in retirement. If he wants to retire and run for office, all power to you and wish you good luck. But this is him with a job. He's got a day job. He's the quarterback of the New York Jets.
Well, yeah, but he's a 40-year-old. He's towards the end. I do think that maybe we're being a little hypocritical here because there's a lot of great athletes who, towards the end, pick up hobbies. I mean,
podcasting,
LeBron
not
James,
running for
I don't
office.
know. LeBron James is a full-time sports dad, film producer, basketball player. I mean, he's so active in his entertainment empire.
Right, but he's not asking the citizens of this country to vote for him.
Tom Brady was doing TB12. I do think that players toward the end of their career tend to diversify. Tiki Barber, who's in the news this week for criticizing Saquon Barkley, he had started his TV career while he was still with the Giants. There are a lot of guys who do start second careers at the end. I saw the other day Cam Jordan was doing stuff for NFL Network. He's still playing.
Yes.
So I do think, yes, I understand.
What's different about those jobs and running for office, though?
Honestly, not that much.
Let's think about it.
Not that much.
Yeah, right.
Not that I don't know. Running for vice president, is it that hard? Let's be honest here.
Yeah, you're basically a haircut out there to get photos taken with?
I don't know. Vice president, I think the job is not that hard. I think you could spend 3 days running, 4 days studying tape of the Dolphins' new defense. You'll be fine.
Imagine what that would say about our political system if the vice president of the United States was also a full-time NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
Wow. As you thought we were unserious before.
Well, I mean, it's funny because an athlete certainly could be president. Ronald Reagan, famously an actor, he started politics when he was still acting. Donald Trump, a businessman, and now is the president. Aaron Rodgers, this could be the beginning. Maybe he's letting it hold out there because it's something he does want to do.
And that's fine once he's retired.
Yeah.
Right. That's the problem.
But
now,
I'll tell you right now, he's going to come out on a mic and say, I'm not running for vice president. So he's going to be able to squash this. He still has an out. He can still save this situation.
The fact that he may have been contemplating it for a month now.
Oh, you kidding me? If he throws 3 touchdowns in a Jets game, all the New York fans are going to forget this forever.
Well, I mean, he's making it a little bit more painful than it needs to be for them, and that's saying something because they're used to pain.
All he has to do is hit Garrett Wilson on a long pass, and they'll be fine. Because fans ultimately want to win more than anything.
Quickly, speaking of one contender, the Pittsburgh Steelers, we know they added Russell Wilson, Perloff, early this week. Well, now they've added Patrick Queen. So another interdivision guy goes from the Baltimore Ravens to the Steelers. It's a 3-year deal, $41 million. I believe it's... How much guaranteed? Well, it doesn't matter. Does Patrick Queen move the needle for you for the Steelers?
No, it's pretty good. It's definitely good. They've been trying to replace Ryan Shazier for a long time. Remember, they drafted Devin Bush. He is very good. I want him on the Eagles badly, but I feel like we know the Steelers can play defense. Adding Patrick Queen makes them still good on defense. We know that they're going to be 10-7 with a really good defense of Russell Wilson at quarterback. So how can that's not moving the needle? No, I think they'll still end up in the same place.
Okay, this might not move the needle in terms of the actual Super Bowl odds, but I feel good, and I was the one who felt the best about Russell Wilson joining the Steelers, and I now feel even better for stuff like this because, yes, you already have a great defense, but the great teams add to their strengths.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't just rest on their laurels because you know how many bodies it usually takes to get through a season. I love this because it takes even more pressure off of Russell Wilson where he can just do the thing that he does well. He doesn't have to come in and be the savior. He has to come in and be competent. And I think they break this playoff win drought. I thought it earlier in the week. I think it even more now.
Because of Patrick Queen, I wouldn't change the odds one iota because even the defense is great, which it will be. You're going to see a lot of 3rd and 8, 6-yard passes out of Russell Wilson. I'm just worried the Steelers can't get out of their own way on offense. They're so conservative, Maggie. Yeah, we know that they're good on defense. Well, what difference? It's almost the same thing. They are the Spider-Man MFL team. They are putting out the same product year after year after year right now.
Now, they do have still some things they've got to do, though, which is replacing now Deontay Johnson, who was traded to the Carolina Panthers.
That is an addition by subtraction.
Well, I will actually agree with you because of the drops and stuff. I mean, but we have talked about Pickens and Deontay Johnson as sort of like the 2 great receivers. You have Freiermuth there, who's a good pass-catching tight end also. But now you have an opportunity. They've drafted receivers well. Let's see what the Steelers have up their sleeve this time.
They've drafted, character questions in later rounds well. We'll see who they bring in the building now. Deontay Johnson complainer, George Pickens complainer. They have to find out who's complaining in this draft and take him.
It's Wednesday. That means the great debate comes your way next. What's the topic today? Find out in moments.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
She once fell off a ski lift. He was called in for questioning. They are Maggie and Perloff on CBS Sports Radio.
Wednesdays at this time, we do something called the Great Debate. And take you a little behind the curtain, we had a totally different topic planned before yesterday. And then the news that Aaron Rodgers may be on the short list to be the vice presidential candidate for Robert Kennedy Jr., along with Jesse the Body Ventura. Well, when something like that comes across the timeline, you got to sit up and pay attention, even if it ends up not becoming true, Perloff.
Yeah, I don't think it will be true. It does say something, regardless of whether he runs or not. He's clearly invested in this man as president. He tweeted the other day how presidential he looks, and that is unusual for actually that flat out an endorsement. He's been talking about him nonstop on all these podcasts. So he's into it. He's really into it. And I think he's setting up definitely a post-playing career as a politician.
Yeah, but in the meantime, this is not a drill. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is definitely contemplating it, and then we'll see what he says.
I got to hear him say it. I got to hear what he says. I'm going to give him the benefit. I want to hear him go on McAfee. He'll probably say, for PR sakes, yes, I was flattered with it, but no, I'm committed to the Jets. And he'll make it go away, and then he'll get hurt in week 7, and EJ will get mad.
I don't even want to think in an Aaron Rodgers presidency, or if he's a VP, what kind of role Pat McAfee would have. It would be extremely high up.
He'd be the guy at the podium. He'd be the head of communications.
Press I think he gets a higher job. Anyway, that's not the point. We're getting sidetracked. Wednesdays at this time is about the Great Debate Series. So off of this headline about Aaron Rodgers, we started thinking about the best post-playing career of any athlete. So we're thinking if Rodgers might be setting up for politics down the line, what is the best post-playing career? Let's hit the music.
The Great Debate Series.
Now listen, you can take this any way you want to go. And I think a lot of us took it very different ways here as we're going to do the great debate. The greatest post-retirement career for an athlete. Perloff, you want to start us off today in this great debate?
I mean, I don't even think there's a debate. It's the guy who had the greatest actual playing career as well. Michael Jordan, the GOAT on the court, the GOAT off the court. Who has been able to do what that guy has been able to do? He made $330 million last year from the Air Jordan brand, his partnership with Nike. $330 million. That's a career earning for a Hall of Fame quarterback. That's in 1 year. Then he also sold, all right, he was not a great owner of the Hornets. Guess what? He bought it for $275 million and got over $1 billion on the sale. That's a good investment. He is just printing money. Not only that, he produced a documentary that entertained us throughout the pandemic. That was the only thing we had to watch was The Last Dance. Anything that guy touches, he wins. He wins, he wins, he wins. No one will ever make more money. Not LeBron, who's going to make a lot of money, but he'll never make Michael Jordan money. He has put himself so far ahead of everybody in his post-playing career, and this is just the beginning. As long as he lives, he's going to be printing money with these shoes that I believe you are wearing right now, EJ. Are you wearing Jordans right now?
That I am.
There you go. Michael Jordan wins again. Best post-playing career of all time.
Okay, this is our great debate question for today. But here's my question. How much is Jordan even involved in Jordan Brand? He's looking at sketches of shoes? No shot. Jordan's basically a recluse.
I saw that ad. They had a Jordan ad where they were in France and Zion Williamson was doing 360 dunks in front of French kids. And guess who walked into the room? And everybody goes, oh, he's here. It was Michael Jordan.
For a commercial shoot for 30 seconds.
Which, by the way, he's been doing those kind of commercials since he was playing. So this is really a post-playing career thing?
Yeah, I'm with EJ on this. Technicality, you're disqualified.
So I looked it up. He started in 97. He was much like Aaron Rodgers. He was toward the end. That was 1 year before The Last Dance. I'm going to count it as post-playing career. The money's still coming in, and he's not playing anymore.
Well,
no.
I don't know about this one. We'll table that issue.
Well, what about the Hornets? Term. He's made tons of money. He owns.
They are awful.
I think
terrible.
They are god awful.
Dude,
it's an embarrassment.
Yeah, that money was not awful. The guy made over $1 billion on that deal.
Even Daniel Snyder can make money off of it. You don't need talent for that. You can tank a franchise and still sell it for a lot. That's not a feather in your cap.
Yeah.
He's been one of the worst owners in terms of how the team's done. It's embarrassing. The Hornets hurt the legacy.
Him and Denny Hamlin have this racing team. He's doing everything he touches turns to gold.
Okay, we're doing
except the Hornets
and the Wizards.
Right. And the what?
The Wizards.
And the Wizards.
But that's technically his first career. Still.
Right. He started with as part owner.
That's true. Okay, the great debate today.
You're getting me on timing. He's definitely not playing now, and he gave me $330 million. Show me if any of you guys made $300. If anybody that's going to be nominated now makes $330 million, then we'll talk.
You get to me.
All right. So the best post-retirement career. This is off of what we think Aaron Rodgers is going to foray into politics at some point. For me, it's got to be Muhammad Ali, who, even while he was fighting, obviously became an outspoken anti-war activist, and that is a huge part of his legacy. However, what he did after he was fighting took him to a stratosphere where he became like a head of state almost. It was like he was a politician, but with a very high approval rating and somebody who wasn't actually elected into office. But he was like regal in that way. The humanitarian, going to the Middle East several times, in some cases negotiating the release of hostages when you go back to the 90s. I mean, this is somebody who, we talk about impacting people's lives, not just being an icon and a figure and someone on a shoe. I mean, this is Muhammad Ali being an icon, but also doing the work on the ground. And I don't think anyone touches him in terms of post-retirement career and what he has meant to this country and the world. EJ, the great debate, best post-retirement career. Who do you got?
Well, Perloff said find me someone who made $300 million. How about $1 billion? I'm going with Magic Johnson for my best post-playing career. Now, we can talk about the business, which I will in a second, but I'll start with the advocacy for HIV/AIDS. A lot of the work he did in terms of getting the outreach out there, the awareness about, the virus, and then his advocacy and his support for advances in the medical field to treat HIV has been groundbreaking. There was a time where people thought if you had HIV, you were basically going to be dead in months, maybe even weeks. And Magic Johnson, of course, has outlived that, and he's been an inspiration for a lot of people. And then what he's done for the advocacy for the cause has been amazing. And then the business side, I mean, you want to talk about the business portfolio? Just got a stake in the Commanders, Dodgers, they're pretty good. LAFC, was a part owner of the Lakers, was a minority owner of the Sparks. Also, Magic Johnson Enterprises, restaurants all over the country, movie theaters all over the country. I mean, he's shown to be an absolute awesome businessman. Now, some of the entertainment stuff, coaching Lakers not that great.
The Magic Hour?
Yeah, Magic Hour not that great. General manager of the Lakers not that great. But the money and the advocacy work has been phenomenal. Nobody can touch Magic from that standpoint. So Magic Johnson has my best post-playing career.
Wait.
And maybe most important.
What about his very accurate and realistic Twitter feed, too? We can't forget that.
And the best Twitter feed ever.
The AP, the Associated Press of Twitter feeds.
Not
nothing
a lot
but facts here.
Yeah. Here's one he had the other day. Unbelievable finish with number 1 South Carolina against Tennessee in the tournament final. Carmelo Cardozo hit the game winner. That's it.
That's the lead of the AP story.
Yeah. Urban Knight, very factual, to the point. But
he's the original AI.
You were blaming me, though. I don't think all that was post-playing career, though, because he came back in 96 or some year like that. And if you're going to tell me Jordan, he started Air Jordan when he was still playing, a lot of that stuff Magic started when he was still playing. I'm just saying.
We're going to table this.
If you're giving me a technicality, Magic did come back. He did come back.
Okay, Pete Bellotti, who do you have for your best post-retirement career?
Hi, I was told that we could do coaches, so I'm going to pick...
Oh, no.
Yes.
Not Bruce Bochy.
No,
He's not retired.
No, retired.
But he will have the best secondary career.
He
He's
will.
Pete's calling it now.
I'm calling it now. I will say John Madden. Take a look at from when he won the Super Bowl, and then he moved on from the coaching ranks into probably one of the most successful video game franchises ever in Madden, and he has turned into from then on, and even not being here, has turned into a pop culture icon. A lot of people get into the NFL because of Madden.
Sure.
And the all Madden team, turducken, everything that he has done. The Madden Cruiser.
Frank Caliendo doing John Madden. It's the best impersonation ever.
He has transcended the game off the field, even more so than being a coach. So I picked John Madden, and one of the best color analysts in NFL history.
And then bam.
You know what's so funny about that? We talked about this yesterday, Pete. Like, oh, John Madden. We're like, but he had the video game while he was still broadcasting. It's like, oh, right, he was a coach. There's a lot of people.
Yeah.
You forget about the first career of the coach. You just think about him as the all-time broadcaster. And obviously, Madden was around. Didn't Madden start right when he was at the end of his broadcasting career?
Yeah,
They
Madden
overlapped.
did overlap, right?
But obviously not with the coaching career.
By many years,
so he
right?
was still broadcasting
Yeah.
for another 15 years.
It's funny, you said it's post-career. I always think of him first. His post-career, you mean after he was done broadcasting, jumped to my mind. But did he get in the Hall of Fame as a coach? Or was it as an influencer?
I believe he did, yeah.
He also
certainly
played,
was
don't
really
forget,
good.
too, Pete. I mean, he did play in the NFL.
Yeah.
Maybe not well enough, but he played.
Right.
No doubt.
So John Madden, we're counting it on many accounts. We're doing the best post-retirement career in sports, part of our great debate. Today, we do this every Wednesday at this time. Bogusch, finish us off here.
I'm going to go with, I guess, like a poor man's John Madden and add Bob Uecker to the mix. We were barely worse baseball players than him, and he went from that to a Hall of Fame broadcasting career, plus Mr. Belvedere, plus Harry Doyle in multiple major league movies. That's diversification. Maybe one of the most beloved men in baseball history, not for playing. So I give you Bob Uecker.
Oh, the best.
It's a good one because I was like pretty deep into my late teens, maybe 20s, before I realized Bob Uecker played baseball. I knew him only as Harry Doyle.
Right.
And then the voice of the Brewers.
Just a bit outside.
And again, as he'll tell you, he barely played baseball.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, then it's those Miller Lite commercials, too, talking about sitting in the Bob Uecker seats upstairs.
All right, so just to recap here, great debate series for today. Perloff, we're doing best post-retirement career.
Yeah, Michael Jordan.
I'm going with Muhammad Ali.
I'm going Magic Johnson.
John Madden.
And Bob Uecker.
Which one of these things is not like the other?
Yeah, but,
Muhammad Ali and Bob Uecker have never been in the same conversation.
They're probably in the same Miller Lite ad, though. Yeah.
And at least mine qualifies. Perloff is still did this wrong in me and EJ's estimation.
It's funny. One guy, my honorable mention. How about Arnold Schwarzenegger? Do you consider that as an athlete?
I did.
You did? Yeah,
I did.
He won Mr. Universe many, many times.
The Governor?
Yeah, and he's obviously, and The Rock is another guy who is a pro wrestler, a little different than, do those guys count the same?
So, yes, I mean, I don't know if I consider Arnold Schwarzenegger an athlete.
I think
if
so.
You're Mr. Universe, you're definitely competing. Do you consider a beauty pageant those women athletes?
No. But, you don't have to sing a song and do it in a routine.
Yeah, no, because you actually just have to show talent on the women's side. On the men's side, you just have to lift weights.
I think that's considered an athletic achievement.
I think Maggie's argument is pretty tough to beat. If you're not counting Miss USA.
Miss USA has to do all sorts of talent shows.
But you said she's not an athlete. So if she's not an athlete, then Schwarzenegger's not.
You don't think her body has to be a certain way for her to win?
But that's one of 5 criteria, right? There's many things that go on. The interview, and there's a lot going on. Basically, I think there is an athleticism to be able to build your body up to that certain thing.
Right.
It's kind of, I think that's much closer to athlete. They're in the gym all day.
You don't think Miss Universe has got to be in the gym all day?
No, not like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Have you ever seen what those guys have to do?
No, it's crazy.
They have trainers. It's closer to sports.
You don't think Miss Universe is a trainer? No.
No. Trust me, Miss Universe is doing nothing like what Arnold Schwarzenegger does. You think Miss Universe is spending 7 hours a day in a gym?
They have a bathing suit competition. How do you think she gets in shape like that? This is more men think women roll out of bed like this. We have you guys all fooled. It takes a lot.
I mean,
I have.
Yeah.
His body just looks different. It doesn't mean she doesn't have to invest in her body.
He has to put in so much more into that. It's not even in the same category.
But they both are being judged on their body. She might be being judged on more, but if they still do the swimsuit competition, that's part of it.
And she's being judged on her body. The other stuff is to make you think that they're considering other parts of it. It's still a beauty pageant.
As I know, beauty pageants, just winning the swimsuit is not nearly enough. If they don't pick the hottest girl in a swimsuit, it's not The Bachelor.
That's why I kind of agree with Perloff a little bit. Like, you're right, Maggie. I know someone who was Miss New York, and she was, fit, definitely a fit person, definitely very athletic. But that is only one of the criteria where, if you're doing bodybuilding, all they care about is what you do to build your body.
And women's bodybuilding is a big thing, too.
No, for sure. And I would say they're athletes as well.
I know, but I think it is even, the degree of difficulty is even harder because your body has to be, you're being judged on your body and also these other things.
Also,
it's a true competition.
To give him more than just bodybuilding, he did compete in weightlifting and powerlifting competition. So
also acknowledged they took PEDs.
Right.
So he definitely cheated through it too.
Well, and let me ask you this, and this is I just don't know. Like, what's the skill in building muscle? Like, if me and Arnold Schwarzenegger did the same exact thing, wouldn't we basically end up in the same place? Because if I take the same shots as Michael Jordan, I'm not going to be Michael Jordan growing up.
No, because everybody had the opportunity to beat Arnold. Nobody could beat him.
Right, but my point is, all he did was go to the gym.
Yeah, but he was very
simplified.
But he had an incredible strategy and work ethic, and there's a lot that goes into that, as I understood based on the documentary.
But isn't it just the end result of the hard work? It's not like what's the skill in that?
There's some genetics
anybody
too.
have gone all the way to be what he did? He just worked an extra hour every day, and that's why he won.
He was just gifted. His body was just built to be better than
to
everybody
look
else.
better in the end.
Yeah, I think
It
like
wasn't functional though. See, that's the other part.
Yeah.
It's like, or I don't know what the function was to become Rambo or not Rambo.
Terminator?
Conan the Barbarian.
Oh yeah.
Terminator.
I think actually,
thank you.
again, just because I've watched a couple of these, there's a lot of strategy. Like you have to be efficient about how you train. You have to come up with a plan. I don't think it's
I
as
just
simple
think it's crazy.
as
You
just
think
going to
Miss
the gym all the
Universe
time.
would have to do that too.
Well, I'm looking at the Miss Universe candidates. They're not built like that. I mean, honestly,
we know they're not muscle. They're not bodybuilders, but
the women
they don't
bodybuilder
just show up in a mall and get picked and they win. Like they actually have to try and do the same exact things. Have
like
a plan,
Arnold. No,
have a
that's
strategy,
not.
go to
That
the
is
gym.
not the same exact things. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger would go to the gym 9 hours a day, and his whole life was dedicated
Okay, so he
to
did it
training.
as on a 10. They do it on a 6. Is it really that much of a difference?
I look at Miss Universe. She was not in the gym 20 hours a day.
I think it's
They're
different.
not. They don't look the same.
Yeah, I think it's different, and it's not to. Again, I know.
But they're
I
two
know
beauty
pageant
pageants.
people.
Right.
What do you mean it's two beauty pageants?
The men's is a beauty pageant too. You just don't call it that. Mr. Universe is a beauty pageant. You just said it. It's only based on how you look. Yeah.
But there's a lot of
no, but they don't ask the men. Hey, what do you think about how to help kids over in
Right.
Indonesia? Like that's not part of the competition.
No, I get it, but what are you basing? Now we're rarely off the great debate. But what is
It's a better debate.
Yeah, right. The better debate is professional bodybuilding a sport.
I think it is.
It's so much more technical too. You have to build certain muscles, and you have to know what the judges are. Yes, it does definitely have a beauty pageant.
It is, but it's a beauty
Yeah.
pageant.
Yeah.
It's just how you look.
I mean,
And the definition of your muscle, it's you.
But
and,
you could
and
be
maybe
the-
charm and charisma. Probably
ironically,
does
you
come
could be
into it.
you could be super ugly. Like your face could look like anything, like
Right,
mine. I
I
was
agree
gonna
with
say,
that,
and
too.
obviously it's not beauty in the sense that like Miss Universe can't be
Although
a dog.
I would like to see is that in theory or in practice, like all those Mr. Universes, like Arnold Schwarzenegger obviously is a handsome guy. Are you also are there really any guys who are like
I mean, who's
have
the
horrible faces and
I mean,
still win?
Who's
I
the
doubt
other
it.
famous bodybuilder? Lou Ferrigno was not exactly,
Yeah,
He was on TV for 20 years.
Look at a picture of Lou Ferrigno. Do you think he was super handsome? No.
Right. I mean, even what your hair looks like that doesn't matter in a bodybuilding contest. You could be
I think it all
bald.
matters. I
But
do.
again, like, right? But is there really a difference between okay, I got to make sure my traps look good, or I got to make sure my hair looks good? It's all the same thing,
right?
It's all
No,
the same
'cause- no, because
idea.
it doesn't take any athletic skill to make sure you have good hair. None.
It
You don't have to do
definitely
anything.
takes athletic skill to be a bodybuilder. Like you have to be able to handle those kind of weightlifting. Like you could not go to the gym and do that stuff. There's no building Andrew Bogus
But
into
if I
that.
started at 9 and built
No.
my way up,
No.
at some point I'd be strong enough to pick up the big weights.
And this is one part of our conversation now that we're getting away from great debate, which was the best post-retirement career, and that's where Arnold Schwarzenegger entered the fray, and that's why we're talking about bodybuilding. So that's one argument: is bodybuilding a sport? And then the other argument is Mr. Universe the same as Miss Universe? Like Mr. Universe was Arnold Schwarzenegger lifting weights. Miss Universe, the women's pageant, she also has to work on her body and other things. And if there's a swimsuit competition, she's also being judged on her body. So aren't they the same? Anyway, 855-212-4CBS. We see you guys on the phones. You got some great ones. Keep them coming. The best post-retirement career. We want to know. We want to hear from you. 855-212-4CBS. Don't move.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Maggie and Perloff. Great sports debate today. Who has had the best post-playing career of any athlete? The hook was Aaron Rodgers, may or may not be on a vice presidential ticket for RFK Jr. So that got us thinking, what do guys do after they play? A lot of politicians we did not mention, famously Bill Bradley, Steve Largent. There's a lot of guys run for office. But I went with Michael Jordan, Maggie.
I went with Muhammad Ali, EJ,
Magic Johnson,
Pete Bellotti,
Turducken, John Madden,
and Andrew Bogusch will be in here in just one moment. Went with Bob Uecker. Now we want to hear from you. 855-212-4CBS. Preston is in Arkansas. Good morning, Preston.
Hey guys, pleasure to be here. I'll go real quick on my pick for the athlete on the post career because I want to get into the bodybuilding conversation.
Yes,
I've got a guy who's an absolute household name. I think he's risen above basketball to just another level of universally known and loved, and that's Shaq.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great one.
Definitely.
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, the businessman, didn't he become a sheriff, or he's like law enforcement?
Yeah.
He's got multiple degrees now.
TV.
Of course, television, yep.
Gyms, nightclubs, it's crazy.
But still, if you're going on purely business, I think you could argue that Jordan and Magic rivals him.
I would actually agree with that. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think Shaq, just as far as being known and loved, is on another level.
Well, Magic is really loved. We actually, it's funny, Preston, we were like, we're talking about Aaron Rodgers maybe being a vice presidential nominee. We're like, I was like, Magic Johnson could run for president and he would win in a landslide. Everybody loves Magic Johnson.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And to the point about bodybuilding, I'll go fast. First of all, it's Mr. Olympia is the competition. I agree with Perloff. I think it is a sport because the argument of skill and genetics, if Andrew Perloff was to train the same as Christian McCaffrey every day, would he be as fast? Absolutely not.
No.
It's a combination thing. They have to have the skill and the work ethic. And there's posing and diet and all the knowledge of how the body works, all that combined, I think it is a sport. And I think it's different than the pageant.
Than the beauty pageant. Preston, thank you. That was an offshoot tangent. We said, well, what about Arnold Schwarzenegger? He had this great post-career, but what was the first career? Is bodybuilding a sport? And then that got us down a rabbit hole in the debate. See, I would say lifting weights and even the discipline and diet you have to have, where's the skill?
I think you
Christian
need actually.
McCaffrey.
There's a lot of technical skill to be able to lift weights to get like that. I think there's a lot. I don't know what they're squatting, but you have to be pretty coordinated to get 900 pounds on your back. That's an athletic feat to me.
It's athletic, but
You can't be a klutz and lift like that.
I get it, but at the same time, I guess I don't see that athleticism. I see it more as on par with the beauty pageant, right? Which is you're doing something to make your body look great, but what's it for? Just to pose. Like the point of it is exercise. The point of it is just to look good. And the point of it is not to put a ball through the hoop. It's not to win a race. It's not to, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to.
No, I get what you're saying.
You're just
totally
working out.
understand
You're
what
just
you're
doing it at a higher level than everyone else.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. Listen, it's not the same as basketball. I generally think that to get to the next level of sports, you have to have a ball in play. You have to test coordination, speed. It doesn't do all those things. There's no movement in it, and I totally understand what you're saying. But to me, it's closer. I think the big argument, forget Miss Universe, is pro wrestling a sport because you have to do a lot of things. Which is more of a sport, bodybuilding or pro wrestling? I think that's a great poll question too.
Yeah, I would definitely go with the wrestling there. I mean, even if it's choreographed, you still have to be able to lift each other and
But you're kind of a stuntman though.
Yeah, you are. I don't think either of them are sports. If you're asking me what's closer, I guess I would say WWE.
Okay.
At least the coordination part of it, you're right. Okay, let's go to Daryl's in California wants to just weigh in on the Aaron Rodgers news. New York Times, again, reporting he's on a short list to be Robert Kennedy Jr.'s vice president. Hey, Daryl, how are you?
Hey, how you doing this morning, Maggie?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
I was just thinking, I was just driving to work, and I thought it was kind of funny to think about Aaron Rodgers as vice president. He's getting a little older, how things would kind of run together on him as far as his jobs, and I could just imagine him at the line calling an audible and walk up to the line and look around and look one way and look the other and say, okay, foreign policy, veto, and then say, when he get ready to go on set, he would, say, def, set, and they go,
Yeah. He's throwing fade routes in the Capitol. It'd be easy to get those two things confused. And if Rodgers had a sense of humor, which I'm not sure if he does, they would do some kind of play or an audible that will get picked up on the mic this year. That's like veto, House HR, resolution.
West Wing.
Yeah, right. West
Debt
Wing.
limit on 3.
Farm subsidies on 2. Yes, Daryl, you're right. And as he gets older, sometimes, we confuse things.
He's saying, a lot of players taking a lot of hits. A political candidate confusing things, that's not a problem either. He's going to be fine. This is all going to work out great. Aaron Rodgers, You guys got to stop saying negative things about it because we need this from a content standpoint. To have him out on the campaign trail and training camp, that'd be just amazing.
Can you do both?
Yeah, I really don't want to waste a logical adult thought on this, but I really, I don't think he could do both. I don't think he'd be allowed to be in the NFL while running for vice president.
Well, think about it. He could just go wherever campaign stop he's at, just go to the closest team's training camp and get some reps in.
But there's no written rule that you can't run for office and be on an NFL team. You're saying he wouldn't be allowed by league rules?
He'll have Secret Service details, and he gets security briefings. Like once you're I just don't think those two things would happen at the same time. They just can't. He can't be at practice getting run over by dudes while maybe being vice president.
Would it be amazing if he came out?
Rodgers having Secret Service as he walks into MetLife for Week 1 would actually be a baller kind of look, to be honest.
Holding the flag, running out.
Yeah.
A season opener.
Can't lie.
Imagine if he came out.
An interesting image.
Imagine if he came out and was anti-union. It's like, but you're in the.
You're in a union, dude.
just a thought too. Like we mentioned it briefly earlier that his owner is supporting one candidate and that he may be running on the third party line. Is intriguing enough as it is.
Woody Johnson was the ambassador to the UK under Trump, and so now he'd be basically running against Trump. How does that work?
I think that's another reason why it could never be allowed.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, Aaron Rodgers basically owns the Jets at this point. Woody Johnson's just a figurehead. Aaron Rodgers is calling all the shots.
Well, one more thing with the two candidates for this third party nomination.
Sure.
If they wanted to pick the right candidate, pick Jesse Ventura. He's the ultimate third party success story.
Yeah.
Not Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers had no experience in it. And if I was advising that person, I'd pick Jesse Ventura.
And he was the governor of Minnesota from 1999 to 2003, I believe, and did run, and it kind of seemed like a joke. And then he obviously did win. Has he become just a tiny bit more unhinged as we've kind of gone along here?
Yeah, a little bit.
Right. I interviewed him once, and he would not tell us. It was over Skype at the time. We didn't have Zoom. He wouldn't tell us where he was. Like he insisted that we refer to Jesse Ventura, the former governor, joining us from parts unknown.
Yes.
And it was like very obviously Mexico. But sure. Sorry, governor.
That's my favorite ring announcement too. When a guy was from parts unknown.
Oh yeah.
You knew he was a bad dude. I don't remember him doing anything or saying that was like hurtful or
he's written a lot of books about conspiracy theories, but
he's
that's
just into the Yeti and like weird stuff like that.
He's kind of older too. Right?
Stuff.
I think he's 80 now.
To be honest, wrestlers don't age well. So
All right, trivia. Pete, you know wrestling history. Who did superstar Billy Graham lose his title? Oh, Jesse Ventura is not superstar Billy Graham.
No.
Oh, was he a title holder?
Jesse Ventura, I believe, held some tag titles, but not the big title.
Oh, I thought he was a champion at some point.
No.
You're looking at me. I got no idea.
I confused him with superstar Billy Graham.
Jesse Ventura's look was based on superstar Billy Graham.
Yeah. Got it.
Same with Hulk Hogan.
They were all acolytes of superstar Billy Graham.
Yeah,
I knew you would know
the trendsetter.
I knew you would know that. And who is his manager? Who is Jesse Ventura's manager? Everyone had a manager back then.
Oh, he was going to be managed by Bobby Heenan, then he had to retire.
Of course, Pete knew that. I love it.
He had to retire because of blood clots from his serving in the war.
Wait, who served in the war?
Jesse Ventura.
Yeah.
He was
Sergeant Slaughter?
A Navy SEAL.
Or am I confusing you?
Oh, Jesse Ventura served. Oh,
Jesse Ventura was a Navy SEAL.
I think I'm backing Jesse Ventura for me.
You talked yourself into it?
Yeah, I'm learning more about this guy. If Rodgers is too busy.
Yeah, he was a Navy SEAL, but had developed blood clots from serving, and he had to retire. But Bobby Heenan was supposed to manage him in the WWE.
I'm just we have too many big debates, great debates going on. Which player will become president? Because I think an athlete's going to do it. If you could have an actor and a businessman and Connie's running, I think that somebody's going to do it.
We're inching closer and closer. I think the universal likability factor or Q rating or whatever. I think Magic, of all the people we've talked about, you can't find one person who doesn't like Magic.
I don't know if he's as relevant right now as I don't know. I feel like it's going to be an active younger player.
So someone active.
Magic. If Magic was going to run, he probably would have ran by now. That's my only point.
He's too busy making millions and billions of dollars.
I mean, honestly, I feel like a lot of these active American, maybe a Patrick Mahomes type, but a lot of these active American players, they all come with some kind of not baggage, but like people who disliked him. You know, like LeBron James, Kevin Durant, even Steph Curry. Like I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody who has that kind of like universal likability. I mean,
that's why you got to get post your playing career.
Right, you got to kind of distance yourself from your post-playing career a little bit, I think.
Is there anything about Patrick Mahomes that would make you think he wants to run for president?
No, but I'm saying, like honestly, though, that's the kind of person you need. Like someone who, like, it seems so apolitical that nobody could have a bad thing to say about him. Or even just non-confrontational.
Sure.
The one guy I think could do it is Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, he's been mentioned before.
That's the one guy I think could do it. Right now, I don't think there's anyone. But look at a lot of the
Bogus is sad for our society.
Canada?
We'll point you north.
Oh, my Lord. Can you imagine President The Rock?
Yes.
Kind of. Rob Gronkowski? I mean, where do you want us to go?
He has so many allegiances where he could win very easily.
Especially the bloodline.
Yep. Well, that's another story.
So he'd be president, but not tribal chief.
Listen,
who's his vice president?
it's got to be Roman Reigns for now. Actually, it'd be funny if he changed all the time based on the storyline.
Yeah.
Seth Rollins in today.
Oh, that'd be actually awesome if like you could lose the presidency, like if you lost a wrestling match, like
the 24/7 champ. Someone can just come take it.
Yeah, like
the Miz is president now because he took the championship while The Rock was in Saudi Arabia doing some diplomacy.
He should have to wear a belt too. He should have to wear a belt the whole presidency.
People will love Americans for that.
How about
worldwide? We're just gonna wear this belt.
I'm looking at some people who've been approached. How about Tim Tebow as a Republican?
I'm surprised he hasn't run yet.
Yeah,
that's gonna happen.
But a congressman at least.
That's gonna happen.
Even a mayor. I mean, I'm just surprised.
If Tim Tebow is not in Congress, by in the next 15 years, I would shave my head. He's gonna.
All right, mark that down.
I always thought Chad Pennington would be a politician at some point. But
I think
Bruce Bochy, baby.
Chad Pennington.
Chad
He's quiet.
That's another one they've talked about.
Yeah, no, they have. He's pretty.
I'm not saying something foreign here.
I thought he was really quiet. I'm surprised.
I've never heard about him with politics.
Yeah,
he's into politics for sure.
Our bad.
He said he was one of those players that was beyond. The smarts were beyond the football field.
Okay.
I could definitely see that too.
Then why would he go to politics?
Can he
we need our smart people somewhere else.
Can he say healthy as a politician? That's my concern. There's a lot of handshaking and waving. He could easily tear his labrum again.
For the 5th time.
Oh, man.
So sad. I love Chad Pennington.
There's no turf in those.
I got one here.
Put the White House on grass. It's not It's not on turf.
Look at a list of athletes who could run. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is very well liked. Very, very well liked.
He would do very well, especially down south.
Bogus, you have headlines, right?
Sure, why not?
Okay. You're still welcome to weigh in, by the way. We're doing greatest post-retirement careers that delved into, is bodybuilding a sport, that delved into who should be the next president if they're a current athlete. Back to you.
Last month, the Lakers unveiled a Kobe Bryant statue outside the arena commemorating his 81-point game against the Raptors. This past weekend, we were alerted to some craftsmanship issues with said statue. The piece of art includes the box score from that game, which is where we learned that Jose Calder's son and Vom Wafer were also in uniform that night. Not Jose Calderon or Von Wafer. Wafer, the actual person, did not actually get into the game as per a coach's decision spelled the French way, DECICIOM. Yeah, the Lakers, it's like offense. They use C's, we use S's. The Lakers say they already knew about the typos and they'll be fixed soon.
Oh, they're going to fix them?
Or don't. I say leave Vom Wafer at least.
It's just so amazing. What was one of the things that Kobe Bryant is so known for, may he rest in peace, attention to detail.
Right.
And his statue's got misspellings out the yin
Get that right. I mean, it's not like it's on a piece of paper. Get it.
It's literally etched in stone.
Right, I mean, you probably have a few people reviewing this stuff. Why are you having typos on this? This should be perfection.
We just got book 10 title. Get that right.
Get it right.
I don't care about this at all.
Lost.
I don't care about this at all because it still looks cool. It's not like Cristiano Ronaldo when they screwed up his trophy and looked ugly.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it still looks awesome. Who cares if they got Jose Calderon's number right?
Why do they need the whole box score? How about just Kobe's line from that night? You don't need to know that Von Wafer was a DNP coach's decision.
Yeah, I think they went too far with it. They never should have put that there in the first place. You're opening yourself up for errors.
That's another story.
And it's the box score like that you would PDF from the NBA website. It's not even like artistically done. They basically just scanned it onto the statue and still made mistakes with it.
I just don't. You can't get a sculptor who knows 2,000 NBAs anymore. Basically, you need a bigger basketball
doing it
fan.
from memory. He was doing it off a piece of paper. He still was adding letters the wrong places.
He wasn't doing it from memory.
How many minutes did Jose Calderon?
Who's the starting point guard for the Toronto Raptors again?
It'd be funny if just like all of a sudden, as part of the statue, you get like Jalen Rose pops up and tells the story of being there that night as like a hologram.
Staying in L.A., the Clippers gonna clip. They went from a 57-35 second quarter lead to a 118-100 loss to the T-Wolves last night. The collapse, though, not the headline. It's Kawhi Leonard leaving the game, then the arena before halftime because of back spasms. The issue did not come out of nowhere, says Ty Lue.
Wasn't sure if he was going to go this morning, but he came to shoot around, got some treatment, did what he had to do, and tried to get on the court and play today. And it just didn't loosen up for him.
Lue said Kawhi left the arena to be more comfortable at home. They're unsure of his status for an upcoming 2-game road trip. The Kings hammered the Bucks 129-94 to end a 15-game losing streak head-to-head. The Celtics won in Utah 123-107 without Jaylen Brown, Al Horford, and Kristaps Porzingis. Gonzaga's stranglehold on the WCC auto bid loosened last night, losing the final to St. Mary's 69-60 in Vegas. The Zags had won the tourney 4 straight years, 10 times in the last 11. South Dakota State, Charleston, Oakland, and Wagner all punched their tickets last night as well, while Louisville men's basketball expected to fire head coach Kenny Payne within 24 hours. The Cardinals just 12-52 under Payne, who played for the school, won a national title. He'll reportedly get $8 million to go home. Former Chargers linebacker Eric Kendricks is reportedly signing with the Niners, who need help, while Dre Greenlaw recovers from his torn Achilles from the Super Bowl. And USA Today says the Yankees made a fresh offer to the White Sox for righty Dylan Cease while they figure out what's wrong with Garrett Cole's elbow.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the elbow with that trade proposal.
Yeah, you're back to the drawing board with a Boris client. Yep. And then also Aaron Judge, right, with a MRI yesterday. He's got an ab problem. Abs?
Well, he says there's nothing technically wrong, but he's not swinging a bat for a couple of days.
And maybe not for the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean, just because he's off schedule. I think they dodged that bullet. It certainly seems like Cole is leaning towards something significant.
This is a lot for happening for March. Like, it's not like it's August or September.
Well, the Mets already lost Kodai Senga. They just got it out of the way early.
Exactly.
Bogusch, thank you so much. 855-212-4CBS. All right, great debate series. Question for today. Greatest post-retirement career, loosely based on what we believe is the beginning of an Aaron Rodgers political career, although might be happening while he's playing.
Yeah. And if you want to call in and comment on whether bodybuilding is a sport, that's also getting a lot of attention here.
Yes.
Because Arnold Schwarzenegger would be a candidate for this category.
Without a doubt. So you're welcome to weigh in on all of that. 855-212-4CBS. Don't move. More Maggie and Perloff in moments.
You're in a 5-minute break.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. In these divisive times, there's still one thing we can all agree on. Aaron Rodgers throws a pretty tight spiral. Does that qualify him to be vice president? Why the hell not? Immigration? Who knows?
Break ends in 5 seconds.
Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. On Wednesdays, we do something called The Great Debate, and we take something loosely based off the news, and we have a debate about it. Today, it's who had the best post-retirement career. It's loosely based off Aaron Rodgers, who's contemplating, allegedly, a current side hustle, if you will. Maybe a foray into politics as a vice president candidate with Robert Kennedy Jr. That's being reported by the New York Times. He's on a short list with Jesse the Body Ventura. And so maybe this is setting up for a post-playing career in politics. Adam in Vancouver has a suggestion for us. Best post-playing career. Adam, what's up?
Good morning, guys. Long time no talk. How are we today?
We're doing great. How you been?
Weather's not been cooperating with us up here, but I mean, that's the norm for the Pacific Northwest. So
yeah, and this is Vancouver, Washington, right?
Vancouver, British Columbia.
Oh, Vancouver, British Columbia. Pardon me.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're close enough. We're, we share a border. But I'm going to throw this guy's name in the ring. Went from a plug in the NHL, barely ever played, to probably one of the most successful podcasters and guy on TNT, Paul Bissonnette.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the big show. Biz Nasty.
Yeah.
I know, sitting next to Gretzky. I'm always wondering
media career
if he's like pinching himself.
NHL career.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when he's sitting next to Gretzky on the set, I always wonder, Adam, if he's like, "How did I get here?" But you know what, Adam, it's a good one.
It's like Bob Uecker that was mentioned earlier, a guy who was not a great player, who's going to be an all-time broadcaster for hockey.
No doubt. And Paul Bissonnette is good friends with our pal Jimmy Traina. He got into social media really early and is very sharp and quick and has ridden this now to a hell of a career. Our pal Rich is in Chicago. Hey, Rich, what's up?
Morning, guys. Two quick things. For why not to get in politics post-career, ask Keith Schuler, congressman in North Carolina.
I don't know how that story ends, Rich, so we'll look it up.
I don't either. And then my candidate should be in the team photo. Roger Staubach is one of the biggest real estate conglomerates. And he formed a public company, sold it for over $800 million.
Oof.
And he is an icon in commercial real estate.
Wow, Rich, I didn't know that. Thank you so much. I obviously know about Roger Staubach's playing career. I did not know he was a real estate magnate.
That sounds familiar. I mean, that's no surprise. That guy always seemed to have everything in order as a player. That's a good one. And then again, my Eagles Cowboys thing, I kind of can't root for Roger Staubach.
Let it go. Mike is in Minnesota's got one. Hey, Mike, how are you?
Hey, good morning. Hey, what I've got is Alan Page. He just retired as a Minnesota Supreme Court justice.
You know what? That's a great one. We were talking about, my pick was Muhammad Ali. EJ picked Magic Johnson. People who have done a lot of advocacy for different causes, philanthropy, so many things. I mean, to be a state Supreme Court judge, Perloff, that's small job.
I was thinking something too, Mike.
Thank you.
Minnesota has a lot of. They had Al Franken and Jesse Ventura. Basically, anybody can become a politician or anything in Minnesota. Your state seems pretty wide open.
Yeah. The other one was Robert Smith, who is a physician now. So anyway, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Robert Smith, the running back's a physician? I thought he was an analyst.
Question: Minnesota's had all these famous people become politicians. Who's going to be throwing passes to Justin Jefferson this season? If you want to bring it back to the present day, is it actually going to be Sam Darnold?
Tulsi Gabbard.
Obviously, duh. Yeah, it's going to be a combination of Andrew Yang and Tulsi Gabbard.
I don't think Robert Smith a physician. Okay.
Have to look at that. Do we have the
Anthony Gonzalez, by the way, is a real congressman who was there on January 6th, and he was like the wide receiver for the Colts, and he ran up to the door and he was like using his NFL skills to keep people away.
Oh my gosh. We also have a side topic that's been spawned off of this great debate, which is bodybuilding a sport. We were wondering if Arnold Schwarzenegger would qualify for this debate today. I'm being told several times, and in the chat, and also it is called Mr. Olympia, not Mr. Universe. Okay, so we stand corrected. And a lot of people, Perloff, are saying that bodybuilding is a sport.
Yeah, it's very split. There's obviously no right answer to this. It's not, you can't actually prove one way or the other. I just think it's way harder, more technical, and it's such a physical achievement. You guys just think, I think, especially Bogus, who's out here, that's just throwing up if you lift weights long enough, you'll become Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's not how it works.
No, but again, you'd be closer to that than you would be if you worked your whole life and tried to be Michael Jordan.
Not Andrew Bogus. I think he's going to be far away on both.
I think it's closer to a beauty contest, well, that's for sure, than it is to an athletic feat. 855-212-4CBS. Coming up, Nick Saban. Speaking to Congress yesterday, what did he say about college football? Get to that next. Maggie and Perloff, CBS Sports Radio.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
He thinks Frisbee golf is the sport of the future. She's sticking with football. They are Maggie and Perloff on CBS Sports Radio.
Lots going on this Wednesday. Welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. We start with the Great Debate, which is something we do on Wednesdays, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and this one has really taken off. We're asking for the greatest post-retirement career in the history of sports. And the reason why this came up is because of a news item from some small publication you may have heard of. It's called the New York Times. Yesterday said that Aaron Rodgers is on a short list to become a VP nomination for Robert Kennedy Jr., who's running as an independent in the upcoming election. So while Rodgers may be getting into politics while he's still playing, which is bananas, got us thinking about the best post-career,
Yeah, but who's done the most after they left the quarter of the field? Rodgers a little different because he's still playing. But we had some great nominations. Michael Jordan, who made $330 million on his shoe deal alone last year. Just in 1 year. Not a whole career. 1 year.
I went with Muhammad Ali for his philanthropy, for his advocacy, for the cultural icon that he was when he was boxing, but also after his career went to a completely different level where he was essentially a head of state. He would go to different governments. He negotiated the release of hostages. I mean, he served so many roles, far beyond boxer, as an ambassador for this country, even if it was not official. EJ.
I went with Magic Johnson. His advocacy for HIV/AIDS research and awareness saved millions of lives and raised so much money for medical advancements, and then combined with the business portfolio that includes plenty of teams that he's owned, but also the businesses regarding movie theaters, restaurant, entertainment, all that. He's become a billionaire off of it, so I went with Magic.
And Pete Bellotti.
And John Madden, from his playing career to his coaching career. Then from that to Madden to the broadcast booth, whole 9 yards.
And video games for sure. Bogish will be coming in a moment with his update. He went with Bob Uecker, which is awesome because it adds a little, a little lighthearted because of what a terrible, by his standards, player Bob Uecker was when he was playing Major League Baseball, and what an entertaining broadcaster and actor he became.
Absolutely. By the way, Pete, you didn't mention he had his own cruiser. To have your own bus, that is a huge post-playing career.
With TV, with everything in it.
So you are welcome to weigh in either on social media. You can find us at Maggie and Pearl. You can also call the show 855-212-4CBS. We've had some great nominations for best post-retirement career for an athlete. And yes, so you can weigh in on all of that. Okay, while you are contemplating your choice, let's get to Nick Saban, who was on Capitol Hill yesterday. Man, politics really making an appearance in the show. Nick Saban in front of politicians yesterday in Washington, D.C., talking about the state of college sports. So I think we're just going to sort of play these in order, Pete. Let's start with Nick Saban saying that NIL has really changed what he has loved about college sports.
All the things that I believed in for all these years, 50 years of coaching, no longer exist in college athletics. So it's always was about developing players. It was always about helping people be more successful in life.
Okay, so we're starting off on a good spot here, right? Like, Nick Saban is talking about things that he wants to see changed in the sport and the changes that have happened. Now he says that college athletics needs a whole new system for NIL.
I want their quality of life to be good. I think, as I said before, name, image, and likeness is a great opportunity for them to create a brand for themselves. I'm not against that at all. But to come up with some kind of a system that still can help the development of young people, I think, is paramount to the future of college athletics.
Okay, so this is, Saban.
I can see that.
I mean, see this, right?
That logically, I see no direct flaw there.
Right. Does the system need a little bit of changing? Sure.
Well, a lot of changing, actually. Yeah. But, I mean, you're right. NIL he's absolutely right. It was supposed to be marketing, and now it's become something completely different. And there is no real system in place yet.
Okay, so, where Saban started to just lose us a little bit, and let's please play cut 3. Where Saban started to lose us a little bit was when he started talking about real-life examples that have happened that made him disillusioned with the state of college sports.
She would always meet with the mothers and talk about how she was going to help and impact their sons and how they would be well taken care of. And she came to me, like right before I retired and said, why are we doing this? And I said, what do you mean? She said, all they care about is how much you're going to pay them. They don't care about how you're going to develop them, which is all what we've always done. So why are we doing this?
Yeah, so that was Miss Terry, famously Saban's wife, Terry, who used to talk with the mothers and, of these young recruits. And she said it's not worth it anymore because people only want to know about the money. And Nick Saban said this conversation with his wife was alarming because of the reason he got into coaching.
That was sort of a red alert that we really are creating a circumstance here that is not beneficial to the development of young people, which is why I always did what I did. My dad did it. I did it. And that's the reason that I always like college athletics more than the NFL is because you had the opportunity to develop young people.
Right, and that's true. And Nick Saban was maybe better than anyone at it. Nick Saban was not a volunteer when he was at Alabama. He wasn't only receiving a scholarship, he was the highest paid employee in the state in many cases. And this, Perloff, I mean, we are used to hypocrisy in college sports. And with all due respect to one of the great coaches in college sports, this level of hypocrisy that he's spouting right here is like off the charts.
It's 6-time championship hypocrisy, or 7-time.
It's just amazing.
How many did he win? 7.
7 total.
Yeah.
I think it's just crazy that, to get up in front of Congress, in front of politicians, and by extension the world, and to say that, when you are hosting recruits at your home, which I'm assuming costs millions of dollars and is not your only home that you own, for your wife to sort of wag her finger at the mothers or the guardians of these recruits because they dare ask for money when they're standing on the grounds of your mansion that you got because you were able to coach these young people is the height of hypocrisy. This is let them eat cake would have been worse than this, or would have been better rather. At least it would have given them cake. I mean, this is hard for me for Saban, and he's going to go into broadcasting now, and we're all going to care what he has to say when it comes to football, but he's going to be asked a lot about the state of college football, and if he keeps going down this road and volunteering to go down this road, he's going to look worse and worse.
Well, I think he's being totally serious when he says 50 years of what I've known is gone. And what he believed in is gone. And what he believed in was having players play for free. So that's gone. He's not lying about that. But it was a ridiculous system. And I do disagree with you in a sense. I think he'll be just fine as a broadcaster because there's a whole world of college football fans who've accepted this hypocrisy. And I have no
we
problem
are part
with
of it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he'll be totally interesting on game day, regardless of whether he believes the right things. This particular take is ridiculous. You know what's funny? I read it in print, and I got to tell you, when I hear it, he's got that thing that Nick Saban does, or it's like, you know what? I'll bet you Congress was like, oh, Nick Saban just gets in front of people and he says something, and it sounded way different than it did in print.
Always the salesman.
It's ridiculous hypocrisy, but he recruited Congress a little bit there. There is a little bit of truth. The NIL right now, the system doesn't seem in place. I think that they're going to have to unionize like Dartmouth men's basketball and have some sort of contract here. Because right now it is not NIL. It's not name, image, and likeness marketing. It is pay for play. So let's be big boys here. Say it is what it is. Let's have some kind of system. That's all true. But this thing that it's better, it's worse for players now we can't. Why can't you develop them after you play them? I don't understand. If you give a guy $300,000 to play 4 years at Alabama, you can't develop him anymore because he has that money? Why can't you just keep developing them?
I don't know. It's a great question, and it's one that I think the great coaches who are trying to adapt now to this new landscape are going to get around. You're telling me Deion Sanders is not trying to develop guys?
Well, I would.
Okay,
I think Deion
Kalen
desperately
DeBoer
wants to win football games, but yes.
I just can't imagine being on the other side of that. And let's say I come from a disadvantaged economic background and I'm standing in the Saban's living room and they're lecturing me about how I shouldn't be asking for any money. I can't imagine how I would react if that was my kid. I think I'd be dumbfounded. And so you're going to stand here, Miss Terry, and she didn't ask for this, but Saban is standing up in front of Congress voluntarily and telling us all this. You're going to go out there and say, why are we doing this? Nobody cares because they're asking for money when you're standing in your palatial house. How does that come out of your mouth and you don't even think to say, does this make me sound like a hypocrite or not? It's such a lack of awareness that is not shocking probably. But again, he wasn't dragged in front of Congress. He's choosing to be in front of Congress to spout these hypocrisies. It's a bad look for the coach.
And also Saban being willfully stupid about people asking them about money when, look, just 4 or 5 years before, guess what? They were still asking about money. They weren't asking you. They were asking some assistant coach, or they were asking some bag man, some booster, who was then giving them money in some cases and a lot of cases. This idea that, these athletes, when they came here, they never came here and
asked for the love of the program.
About money. It's just now that it's legal and like the schools go through, work with the NIL to get these guys money, now they can just ask you. In fact, it's probably better for the parents to know exactly what the hell's going on instead of a guy dropping off a duffel bag with $100,000, making it more official.
Yeah. Do you remember when Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher got into their dust up 2 years ago? And Jimbo's basically like, go look in their closets. I'm not going to do it, Jimbo. Go look in their closets. I'll try. So go look at it and go, basically implying that Saban knows. And then the other part too is you want to talk about, they get a scholarship and they get to go to Alabama. Well, they're not going there to become nuclear physicists. Let's not also kid ourselves.
Let's not demean them though.
No, even if they wanted to, they can't choose that. That's what I'm saying. Even if you had a guy on campus who said, a football player said, I want to be a nuclear physicist, they will not let you take the classes and the coursework that would take up the amount of time that you would need to dedicate to pass those classes.
Josh Dobbs did it.
They funnel you, for the most part, they funnel you towards a certain track, a certain educational track. Look at Duke basketball. Look at the majors of every single guy who has ever graduated from there or gone there. Like 99.9% of them majored in sociology. Do you think that was all because they all had that same exact interest? Come on.
I don't know. That feels like a generalization. Greg McElroy certainly was on the commute. That guy had there are a lot of academic All-Americans who come out of Alabama.
No,
too.
you can be, but you can't be pre-med. Josh Dobbs as a astronautical, what was he, a mechanical engineer or astrophysicist or whatever?
Regardless.
He is the absolute exception to the rule.
Yes. All that being said, I mean, do you expect the 72-year-old Nick Saban to be a voice of reform here?
Well, that's the problem. That's why this is even more disappointing.
But he's not even in the sport anymore. Is it really a problem?
Well, that's where I'm going. So Nick Saban was in front of Congress yesterday, and he was basically just spouting all these hypocrisies, at least in our view, about what's wrong with college football, but the system he benefited from for so long. Here's why this is double disappointing. Is because Nick Saban's voice is so influential. And if he actually does have ideas about how to reform the system, let's hear him. Because to just get out there and say it should be better like it was back in my day doesn't really do anything. That's not tangible. It's not getting anyone to pass to a better spot. What are the guardrails that you want? Dates, times, measures. Let's be as specific as possible.
You're again, and even the Congress must be aware. You do not go to a 72-year-old former coach for that kind of stuff. He's not going to lead the reform movement. Congress has been way ahead of the actual sport. They've been anti-NCAA, anti-college football. Nothing's going to come of this Nick Saban thing. Trust me, they are going to dunk on the NCAA. they've been very, very, Congress and the Supreme Court have been very much about paying players.
No, I get it,
Yeah.
but this is how much reverence I do have for Saban, even
Yeah.
though I'm calling him a hypocrite today.
Yeah.
If there was like a committee that was to get together, say it is politicians
Yeah.
or whatever, to try to change these laws, I'm hoping someone like Nick Saban's in the room. I'd want a lot of influential college voices to be in the room.
I wouldn't worry about it because the Congress has both sides of the aisle want college players to get paid, so they're going to support that, even if Nick Saban's there. I think that Congress has been on the right side of this debate for a long time now. It's all going to work out for the players here. I think they're going to get paid. I think it's coming soon. I think they're going to unionize. Nick Saban is the old regime, and I'm sorry they've moved way beyond that. The guy just retired. I think we can put him where he is. Listen, he's taking over for Lee Corso at some point, who was wearing an elephant head 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He's going into entertainment. I don't think it stains his legacy overall. I really don't. I think there's nothing Nick Saban can do.
To stain
it's
it.
cemented. I think he's going to be fine. Yeah, I totally disagree with what he said, but I think this is going to be a blip for him.
Probably. Stain the legacy. The legacy is
I
entrenched.
think less of him as a coach with this crap.
Well, if he's going to keep doing this, right? It's
Well, yeah.
because you're volunteering to go in front of politicians and by extension the public and say this stuff. I mean,
You look soft though. You look like a guy who couldn't hack it. You look like you were exploiting a system that was exploitative, and you had the most things benefiting your favor. And then when one thing shifts that makes it a little more even, you're like, I can't do it. I can't do it.
and it's broken.
This is broken. They
And
got to
Miss
change
Terry
the whole
said,
system.
and Miss Terry said everyone is questioning everyone's character.
Yeah, everybody here just wants a bag. Everybody here is just all money driven. Like you look so soft doing this.
Well, the reality is, we're going to look back on Nick Saban in 20 years. People are going to look at him like we look at Bo Schembechler and Woody Hayes as old school. I'm sorry, he was from another era. That guy, he's not. There's going to be no Nick Sabans in 20 years. We're going to look back and say, "Oh my God, do you remember how crotchety Nick Saban got at the end?" That's how it works.
Maybe
I just think the degree of difficulty of what he did at Alabama looks so different now with him pulling this crap. Like it just does. I don't think what he did was that hard. Like you got the best players all the time. You had no more recruiting classes every year. Guys couldn't transfer, so you could do whatever you wanted. You could tell them whatever you wanted. Like okay, yeah, and you won, great. But like now, 1, 2, 3 years of guys getting paid, and you're like, oh, this is too hard. I can't do it.
Well,
come on.
The other part was he said, and we don't have this clip about it, but he did say that NIL and paying the players in this way is really going to kill the parity that's in college football. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, what? It's going to kill the parity because only some schools can afford all these players. I'm like, you won 6 titles at one school.
He coached in the best conference and won every year.
Parity.
You know, one side topic that came out of this.
Yeah.
This is actually really important. That whole hearing, are they going to kill all the other sports? Because basically, there was an argument: why is football paying for all these other sports? If they do go professional, that means there's no funds for anything else, and all of a sudden, and also, are you going to pay the women's athlete? This is a beginning. There's some real serious questions that Saban didn't get into here. But I think there is an argument. Why should football? I've always said, why should football be paying for 22 other sports at Alabama?
Right. I also
that was the big argument that Saban and the guy said is like, if you make sports professional and college level, that means all the other sports go away.
Oh yeah, and I think that system is broken too, because I think that if you are a school that is dedicated to trying to pay for the sports, then you find a way to pay for it, right?
Right. You give the schools a choice. Don't make it mandated that everybody has these sports. That there's some logic to that for sure.
855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. So we got a couple irons in the fire today. You're welcome to weigh in on any or all. Nick Saban in front of Congress yesterday talking about what's wrong with college football, even though he benefited from the old system, which I don't think anyone thought was right necessarily.
Saban probably did.
Saban did, and definitely Miss Terry.
Miss Terry
totally
loved
threw
it.
under the bus.
But she had some killer barbecues.
Well, the other part, didn't Nick Saban have, I read this somewhere, but I wasn't able to verify it. Did Nick Saban have some kind of clause in his contract that he always had to be paid $1 more than the highest paid college coach? Is that a true thing?
Sounds like something that would happen for a college coach the caliber of Nick Saban, but I'm not sure.
Yet the players are asking for the money, and that's a bridge too far. Anyway, we'll try to independently verify that. The other part, other thing we have on the table for you is the Great Debate for today. On Wednesdays, we do something called the Great Debate. I know we're always adding new audiences at all times, so this is something you can set your watch to. We do Great Debate on Wednesday, and today we're doing the greatest post-retirement career in sports, kind of loosely based on Aaron Rodgers, who seems to be going down the politics path from some reporting yesterday by the New York Times.
I've given Aaron Rodgers a chance to respond before I say he's actually going down the politics path, even though he's being considered and quote unquote welcome the overtures. Dude's not running for vice president. Yeah, he's still the New York Jets quarterback. Don't give up faith that he will be committed to the team.
I've given up faith months ago.
I mean, EJ and Pete are Jets fans. Did you ever have any faith? Is probably a better question.
That's the sad thing. I did.
I'm
feel
sorry.
like an idiot.
855-212-4CBS. Yet another thing about the Jets that has nothing to do with football that's causing headlines, of course. 855-212-4227. Okay, your phone calls. We see you guys on the phones. Don't move. It's Maggie and Perloff.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
You take over, Maggie. I can't talk right now. I'm so depressed.
This is painful to watch. So yesterday we brought you the story. Welcome to the show, by the way, Maggie Gray and Joe Perloff. Hello. Yesterday we mentioned that Perloff was going for an MRI on his knee, and you heard it skiing a couple weeks ago. Now I'm just telling your story. And you've been limping around here, yet you've been reluctant to get an MRI. And yesterday you finally went to get the MRI. Because we are supportive friends around here, we took bets on what the diagnosis was going to be. And you've been sitting here in the break for the last minute, not saying anything except for, oh, no, oh, no.
I don't know what it means. Should I really share this before I see a doctor?
I don't know.
Yeah, I have a problem with my MCL. It's as I knew enough of following sports for years. So I have a low-grade sprain on the ACL, but I have a high-grade disruption of my MCL. Which I assume means tear.
Disruption is not a good word.
Sound good.
That means no basketball for 6. What? We got to Google NFL players in NBA. How fast do they come back from MCL surgery?
You're good, man. You're going to be playing by the end of the summer. By this summer.
By the end of the summer. I'm going to die if I have to go to the end of the summer and not play.
2025. Don't scare them, Pete.
This sucks.
You're going to here's the important thing. You got to keep the main thing the main thing. You're going to get back on a basketball court soon enough.
I'm such an idiot, too. Because I knew when it was a skiing accident that I tore something. Well, though, that it was too bad of a stretch. I was like, this is not good. Now, I've been reading all day. Apparently, there are some tears of these cartilages where you do not need surgery and you can just repair them. Okay. So I'm hoping that this is one of them.
Maybe you can fly to Germany and see Kobe's old doctors or something. They're probably still kicking around over there. Spin your blood a little.
Actually, I think PRP is now allowed in America, and that is one of the main things. So I'm just going to go in there and say, treat me like Kobe. I'll fly to Germany tomorrow.
Give me the
I'll
Kobe
blood spin. I don't know if you need to put part of a pig's body in there. Whatever you need to do to get me back on the court. This sucks.
I'm sorry.
The stuff I'm seeing, it looks like you're out about 2 months.
See? That's nothing.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And see, you know what you should do? You know how they do that thing called Vast Madness? Have you guys heard about this? Vast Madness, anybody? Okay. Vast Madness is a phenomenon that exists in this country where men specifically get vasectomies right before the NCAA tournament kicks off, so that you have 2 days where you get to spend it at home on the couch with some ice on your junk, and you can watch basketball nonstop. What you should do, Perloff, is you should line up your surgery with the first round of the tournament.
Brilliant.
Because you're going to be watching it anyway while you recover.
Oh, now I feel better. Now I feel good.
This show is done at 10 a.m. He could get home to watch the tournament without doing this.
That's a great point, too.
Yeah,
you guys aren't in the afternoon anymore.
Oh, my God.
All right, that's why I wake up at 3 a.m.
off here for no reason.
We can get you a nice Comrex and you can sit in a chair. There you go.
Honestly, Pete, think about it. Do you want my bare, very pale leg up on this desk getting ice for the whole show, or would you guys rather have me at home?
You could do it at home with a Comrex.
Remember when Perloff first put his leg up on the table to show us the injury in the first place? Bilotti thought he was wearing a sock, and it was just his leg.
I know.
That's how white it is.
You're going to see
oatmeal.
I'm going to have some bulky breaks. I'm going to have to wear shorts. I'm going to be the shorts to work guy with knee recovery.
So according to Summit Orthopedics, it says here, if you have MCL surgery, you can expect to need 8 to 16 weeks to completely heal. So
wow, that's not bad.
Yeah, 2 months.
Good,
2 months is the low end. 4 months probably like a real worst case scenario.
Well, maybe I'll say stuff like Aaron Rodgers. I'm going to beat that prognosis, and I'm going to be out on the field in 4 weeks.
That should be a show bet.
I got you. Get better pleasure.
Andrew Bogus just delivered a stuffed otter.
Yeah.
Why?
To get better for your knee, pre-surgery.
Oh, a little
You
like
can cuddle.
It's like a little mascot for you.
Yeah.
Do it for the otter.
I just went by the gift store downstairs and got that for you real quick.
You can see it on CBS Sports Radio YouTube. It is super cute.
It's adorable.
Actually,
How'd you just procure this?
I got a guy.
You got a stuffed animal guy?
What
Wow.
college team is giving out otters? Bogus, give us the
I
lowdown.
actually think that's a cell phone case company. I think Otter makes indestructible cell phone cases.
Yes, they do.
And I believe that's why this was outside next to Billy Jacquelone. So I just picked it up and brought it to you so you could feel better.
Honestly, I have no idea.
Because we're friends, you know.
I think you get in danger when you play internet doctor. I've never gotten it right by looking anything up on the internet. There's a chance I don't need surgery. This is fine.
There's a chance they take the knee out.
You guys ever had friends with knee replacement surgery? That's not fun.
I don't even want to think about it.
DP had it.
I had a follow with hip replacement surgery. Yeah.
And knee's even worse than hip. So that's the other thing, too. Does this mean they're going to have to put in a new knee?
Well, Dan Patrick had said it's still pretty milky jumper after that, right?
Yeah, but the month recovery is brutal. So our boss, Spike Eskin, had hip. That's pretty bad.
Tough,
yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
And we all told him he was going to be fine. He's like, I'm not fine.
He's complained about 3 times. I've complained at least 300 to you guys. The fact that you're even indulging me now, I take that as I'm very touched by that because I know how secretly sick you are of me talking about my knee.
I have a weird obsession with like regular people getting sports injuries. I guess it's so much. I love sports so much that like this is so much a part of the game. Now I'm like curious, like what happens to a normal person. Like the fact that I've suffered the same injury that Julius Randle is like trying to battle through. Like I don't know.
Now you're testing yourself against him.
Yeah, I find it all very like interesting. So I'm very fascinated by Perloff's recovery here.
Can we bring Kaplan to your potential surgery and have him record the whole thing?
Behind the scenes.
Is the Junior Mink going to get stuck?
I don't know what the surgery room is like. Do they let a cameraman in there? Is Cap wearing a mask?
Great content creation. Come on.
Do it for the show.
What I was thinking is maybe that might be a stretch too far. What I was hoping is during the rehab, we could make a rehab, hype video of Perloff getting back into shape, similar to Triple H coming back for WrestleMania 2002. Like I'd love to see Perloff with the YouTube music underneath, pushing that knee against some weights and doing some resistance band work. Like
24/7 Perloff recovery.
Exactly.
I love it. Rocky music from the 80s.
Walking around his kitchen.
Yeah. What do you mean? Oh God, that'd be a cool video.
Stumbling around in the middle of the night. Lovely.
There's also precedence for this at the network because our good friend Pierre Schwartz, when he broke his hip playing beach football with his kids, after his hip was fixed, they went back and completed the play they were running when Peter got hurt. So you could go back and go down the.
Wait a minute.
You can make it down the hill on your skis.
I am not doing that.
Back to the Poconos. If we ever see snow again.
Back to that very difficult slope that went down.
The bunny trail.
Dangerous that they said, hey, if you don't know what you're doing, don't go down here. To somehow Perloff found himself on that slope.
They took the wrong turn and all of a sudden he was on a double black diamond, just losing MCLs. Man, Peter Schwartz broke his hip on a beach?
Don't get me started on this.
Okay, sorry. I feel like sand is kind of a soft landing for most people, but I don't know.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to make fun. I just didn't know that story.
It's a fair question. There are other fair questions associated with that story.
Well, it's funny thing though, I forgot that Robert Edwards, the Patriots running back, that basically his career ended playing beach football.
Terrible.
I would never. Once I learned that story, I'm like nothing, no beach football, none of that.
But I think his problem was the the sand not being sturdy. Peter's was a collision issue, which goes back to Maggie's thing.
Okay.
I think Robert got stuck in the sand and twisted.
Yeah.
Peter fell.
Oh. Well.
That must have been a hell of a collision.
I tried to shoot him as much bail as I could.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Listen, I'm known to talk. My complete lack of athleticism on the slope is what doomed me. In fact, I probably would still be there.
Nice though. I mean,
I'd still be there if some 14-year-old with an A.J. Brown jersey would fly up to me and say, "Are you okay, sir?"
I think your wife would have tried to find you.
No, my wife had abandoned me. That's the whole reason I accidentally got on this stupid black diamond in the Poconos.
She was halfway back to the city.
Is it right? That's a poll question.
Kids,
and I hope she's not listening. Is it right to blame my wife for this entire thing?
Sorry, Nick Saban blamed his wife for why college football is broken.
Answers to that would be no and no.
If it wasn't for Miss Terry, Saban might still be out there coaching.
I told you what happened. My 13-year-old daughter said, "Should we wait for Dad?" And my wife said, "No, let's go down. We'll meet him at the bottom." What kind of wife is this? Miss Terry would have waited for me. She would have waited for me with food, apparently.
And all of the recruits' moms. Yeah, that was Nick Saban in front of Congress, if you're wondering. Why are we talking about Nick Saban? In front of Congress yesterday, wagging his finger. Guys, college football is broken. Don't look at the millions I made. Let's just keep these other people from making millions. I think I recapped that well enough. Bogish is here with headlines. Yo.
Guys, we are still 4.5 hours away from NFL teams and free agents being able to actually sign these agreements, and we're basically done with all the major business. The Texans are indeed signing former Vikings defensive end Danielle Hunter. The Steelers trading wideout Deontay Johnson to Carolina for corner Dante Jackson. Say those names slowly. And the Raiders expected to release Jimmy G and Hunter Renfrow today. And do you guys remember that Jaguars employee that got busted for stealing, $22 million from the team? Amit Patel sentenced to 6 years in federal prison yesterday. That's actually the more lenient end of the sentencing guidelines. Patel has paid back $1.89 million of what he stole, with the judge acknowledging that the remaining $21.1 million might be hard to pay back now that he's going to jail for 6 years.
Be funny if he only could pay back the 1.2 million or
1.8
million because he stole it from the Miami Dolphins or something. How do you get that money?
Found that money, yeah.
How come the Jags
loan from Trevor Lawrence?
How come the Jags did not notice this guy's lifestyle? I'm very curious about it. At a certain point, he's Instagramming out on private jets and things. Did the Jags stop and say, "What's going on here"?
Well, we clearly know that they're not monitoring social media since they wish people happy birthday and then cut them. That's a barren wasteland for them.
It feels typical Jaguars to me. I feel like this is an indictment of the franchise, this incredible, crazy case about how this guy kept stealing money.
Shad Khan doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Newsflash.
Honestly, $22 million is just a drop in the bucket. It's like a rounding error for Shad Khan. But here's the thing. So he had the virtual credit card program, right? So here's what he spent it on. He transferred $20 million to FanDuel and $1 million to DraftKings.
That's how he got caught too, right? It was them reporting him.
I think so.
Are multiple people dropping $20 million into a FanDuel account? That's crazy. Anyway, $600,000 at Apple, $40,000 at Amazon and Best Buy. Transferred $5 million to PayPal. He purchased Tiger Woods' 1996 putter and $80,000 on private jet charters. High volume, high stakes daily fantasy sports player known for racking up big losses. No bleep.
Yeah, and so Jaguars are asking FanDuel to give the money back, and FanDuel is saying, no, I don't even want to touch that one. But they're headed towards what looks like a lawsuit, which brings up the question, does FanDuel and DraftKings, are they responsible if the money that they're taking is from criminals? Oh, my God. This is actually a huge can of worms here. But just because this one dude he's out of control. You don't, if you're embezzling money, you don't buy Tiger Woods putter, Maggie. That's rule number one of embezzling.
What about the private jet? Yeah, right. Rule number 2 is don't get caught. Rule number 1 is don't buy the putter. Rule number 2, don't.
Did he have to give us the putter with this $1.9 million?
Oh, it's probably in a storage warehouse or something.
Did you give it back to Tiger?
I don't think it goes to him. It'd probably go back to the auctioneer. Or wherever you got
Whoever owned it.
Or you turn it into the court as part of your payback.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I figured that maybe he had to give it. He gave the putter as part of. I don't know if he has $1.9 million sitting around.
He's not that liquid anymore.
Right. So you're like, all right, here's the putter. That's worth.
There's a bunch of people like middle level bureaucrats just sitting around putting with Tiger's putter around the office.
And no matter what the reason is, can you imagine owing $22 million?
You don't just go to a pay window and give him
I mean, it's 100%. Yeah, his fault. Doesn't have to happen. Yeah. But there's a bill somewhere that goes, you got to give me $21.1 million.
Oh, man.
You're like, would you take that and can I pay you in installments?
I have
it to you by the end of the week.
The judge might be a Jags fan and he'd be like, in sentencing, he'd be like, Not only did you do all this, the Jags overpaid for Gabe Davis. 3 years, $39 million. This is a pattern of recklessness that just cannot continue. Add a year.
Gabe Davis also there being thrown in jail for stealing money. Just a different guy.
That's harsh.
Thanks for the memories, Gabe.
Yeah, he almost won you a playoff game.
4 touchdowns. Can you believe it?
Still wasn't enough.
Squib kick, you losers.
Oh, that was a shot by EJ right there. He almost won you a playoff game.
Tried? Come on.
Hey, Jets fans. NBA action last night. The Kings roughed up the Bucks 129-94 to snap a 15-game losing streak head-to-head. The Celtics got a 123-107 win in Utah. The Knicks took care of the Sixers somehow, 106-79. Josh Hart had 20 points, 19 rebounds, and 10 assists. And the Clippers lost at home to the T-Wolves 118-100, and they lost Kawhi Leonard early to back spasms. Maggie gave you some of these details earlier this morning. Wagner, as improbable as it comes, heading to March Madness.
6.4 to go. Off the inbounds, Dirk Hack into the half court. An off-balance three. No good. The Seahawks rebound, and this one is over. For the first time in 21 years, the Seahawks go soaring into the NCAA tournament. Wagner, your 2024 NEC men's basketball champions.
More Seahawks better off without Russell Wilson. That call from NEC front row. The small college from Staten Island here in New York. A 54-47 win at top-seeded Merrimack in last night's NEC finale. The Seahawks were just the 6th seed. I believe they began this tournament with a losing record, and they win it with just 7 healthy players, and now presumably play either Tuesday or Wednesday in Dayton in the first 4. St. Mary's down Gonzaga 69-60 to win the WCC title game in Vegas. Charleston, Oakland, and South Dakota State also punching their tickets last night. Reports say that Louisville is preparing to inform men's basketball coach Kenny Payne that he's not keeping his job. I think he knows by now. The Cardinals 12-52 in his 2 seasons. Only one of those wins came outside Louisville.
Not bad.
His buyout is believed to be $8 million. I try to avoid the I could do that things that we fall into here. I could do 12-52 at Louisville as the head coach.
Get $8 million, I'll take it.
The downfall of the Louisville program under Kenny Payne actually needs to be studied. I mean, they thought they were going to have a lot of the players that right now on Kentucky, DJ Wagner, all these players, they said if they signed Payne, they're all going to go to him because of his connections to Cal and these guys. And, of course, they still went to Kentucky. And then not only did they not recover from not getting the recruits, they then lost pretty much every game he coached. And he left to go to Louisville in the middle of a Knicks season. He was an assistant coach and split during a playoff race and say, I'm going to be the coach of Louisville because I'm going to turn this program around that was actually kind of okay. And now...
Well, what precipitated that? You know, you're yada-yadaing over what happened before with the Rick Pitino torpedoed the program.
Well, no, Chris Mack was there, and he was okay. I mean,
but
they
forgot
fired
about the
him,
interim.
but he was he did it. They went to the tournament, I think, a couple of years. And people in Louisville really thought this was going to be a huge game changer.
I heard, though, the success of the football team is doing great. Louisville sports is on fire right now because of football.
Which is why this basketball thing is so bizarre. I mean, again, he was looked at as Cal's right-hand man for so many years at Kentucky, and then he had the whole success in the NBA, so they thought this was a slam dunk.
Football school, and that's where the money is. I heard there, because of all the success last year on the football field, their admissions went up by 200% last year. I have no idea if that's true. That's what somebody with the Louisville football program told me.
200%?
No, but I think that it's way more, but they're all of a sudden finding this form, because they're like...
You got some iffy math this morning.
Well,
50 million people are going to watch the Final Four with CaitlinClark.
They did really well. They made the ACC title game last year. They're having a renaissance in football. I think that's more important in a weird way, believe it or not, than their basketball.
It's funny you say that because you say they're a football school, and maybe you can make the case now, but that was not the case.
Oh, they're famously the most famous basketball school.
Which is crazy.
And it's hard to EJ's. You're saying it's not like Indiana being upset that Mike Woodson's not winning to the Final Four. They're objectively awful.
They
for
lose
2 years.
they lose to Division II teams in scrimmages. It's insane. And I'm not even joking. I think they did. It's crazy what happened there.
It's not just not meeting expectations. It's being embarrassing. They're horrible.
It's borderline
it's Louisville.
Scam. Yeah.
I want to give Andrew Bogus generously gave me this stuffed otter to make me feel better about my knee injury. I either think Bogus deserves it because it's been nothing but one-liners that are hysterical in its update.
Killing it today.
And for some reason, everything is upsetting EJ today. There isn't a single, sports story. Yeah.
No, this isn't even upsetting. It's just
it sounds upsetting.
It's stunning to me.
Yeah.
It's stunning to me because I only speak because I love college basketball, and I for some reason I know a lot about Kenny Payne because of his time at Cal. They thought he was going to be. They thought they were going to be a top 5 team with him. Like he was the reason they got Anthony Davis, Karl-Anthony Towns, so many great players.
Perloff just came in and gave EJ the stuff
honor. I want to send this out to the Louisville fans. I feel bad for them.
You know, this is like we have the loser hat and the loser spotlight. Now we've got the feel better otter.
The comfort otter.
I'll take it.
Your emotional support otter.
I'm dedicating it to the Louisville fans because
they need it. Yeah.
Last thing from me, hockey last night. The Rangers, a 1-0 win in Carolina. 28 saves for Igor Shesterkin because he had no other choice.
Today it was my mom's birthday, so I couldn't play bad game tonight. So.
You got to play well on Mom's birthday, and he did yesterday.
That's right.
Thank you, Pete.
Or here's my question: or else, or what? No, I get it. You want to play well on your mom's birthday, but was there like a or she'll disown me?
It's possible.
Some moms might. You never know.
I'd say there's a lot of hockey moms.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Russian
get
hockey moms.
European hockey moms. Oh yeah.
I'm
Russia.
not getting in the way.
I didn't want to jump to Russia, but if he is, then yeah.
I'll do it.
I don't know why I needed to comment on that story. Back to you.
No, back to you.
I had absolutely nothing good to add to that. I'll fully admit it.
Give the comfort otter to Maggie.
I know. I'm like, it left my mouth, and I'm like, I'm praying his mom is still with us.
Oh.
Because why did I have to open my big yapper and say something about it?
No, she's capable of punishing him for not playing well last night.
Okay. He's a full-grown man. Why would I think his mom was going to come down with some kind of, what is she going to do?
A wooden spoon?
Yeah, I was going to say, grab him by the ear.
You're grounded for Thursday's game.
Okay.
I'm going to need that otter. Okay, I shouldn't have said that either. So...
We're going to need a bigger otter, people. The show.
I'm looking at the rundown like, the Texans. Can they live up to the expectations?
The show ends after this.
And, of course, Aaron Rodgers could be our next vice president. Wait, what? We'll get to that next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
In a world where enlightenment comes from the depths of caves and the depths of consciousness, one man emerges with a newfound clarity. It's the one, the only me, Aaron Rodgers. That's right, folks. Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback turned cave-dwelling mystic, has returned from his spiritual journey to shed light on the cosmic truths that elude us. I've delved into the depths of the earth and the depths of my own mind, and let me tell you, the revelations are mind-blowing. It's time to bring the wisdom of the cave and the wisdom of the jungle to the forefront. With me as your vice president, you can expect a leader who's not afraid to embrace the unconventional path to enlightenment. I'm not just a quarterback, I'm a sage who sipped from the sacred brew of ayahuasca and communed with the spirits of the cosmos. So, this election, let's make transcendence the ultimate victory. Vote Aaron Rodgers for vice president, and let's embark on a journey of spiritual awakening for America. Paid for by the committee to elect Aaron Rodgers for vice president. Seekers of truth and enlightenment.
$45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. The fact that we are even contemplating whether or not Aaron Rodgers could be the quarterback of the Jets and also run as the vice presidential nominee with Robert Kennedy Jr. is a stunning turn I did not think that today's show was going to take.
Didn't have that on your bingo card, Mac?
No, and we have a segment called What the Bleep is Aaron Rodgers Up To Today? And even that stretched the bounds of why we created that said segment over a year ago.
Well, actually, you know what? He'd always surprise us by having something unexpected.
Man, this one is an all-timer. And if there's any doubt that Aaron Rodgers has two incredible qualities, one is definitely to be the center of attention at all times, would be number one. And the other one is to always keep us on our toes. This dude is amazing. Anyway, so while we laughed and scoffed and talked about all the reasons why he should not do this and why it's ridiculous, it's unserious, it's insulting to Jets fans, it's insulting to a lot of things about our country. That's one part. We also got us thinking about the best post-retirement careers for athletes of all time if Rodgers does decide to go into politics once he's retired. Mike in Syracuse has a thought. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
I'm doing well. I think this offering would be the total antithesis to Aaron Rodgers. Hall of Fame basketball player Bill Bradley, who went on to become United States Senator from New Jersey.
Yeah, Mike, it's a great $1 bill. What a post-playing career. Thank you. Hanging in the rafters at Madison Square Garden, multi-time senator, and as Mike said, in the Hall of Fame.
Huge college star at Princeton as well.
Sure.
I heard a story that Bill Bradley would shoot 50 3-pointers with his right hand and 50 with his left hand and hit them all before Princeton games. urban legend, but that dude could shoot. He'd be great in today's game.
It'd be funny if he also did it before like every congressional vote.
I thought that's what you were going to say.
A Senate vote.
Yeah.
Right. Before every bill he introduced, he shoots 50 free throws with the right hand and 50 with the left. It's like a good luck charm or something. Perloff, I got to say, sports aside for a moment, you are taking this news very well that you have a disruption of your MCL.
Right. So I got
skiing accident.
I got the results back from my MRI that I did yesterday, and I read high grade disruption in the MCL. So I'm like, disruption, that could mean anything. That means a sprain. No, disruption means tear, it turns out. High grade means level 3, and there's no way to heal that without surgery. This sucks.
I'm sorry. You are taking it well, though.
No, I'm not. I'm about to cry on air.
Oh, no. Don't do that. Or do it.
And can't you see the small tear rolling down my right ear? I've never had a surgery like this. Have you guys anybody been under the knife lately?
I should have got surgery on my shoulder, but didn't.
No, I think, listen, you are going to be back. See, that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
We're going to document your rehab, but you're going to be back and good as new with plenty of time to play basketball.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I've never torn my ACL, never had, knock on wood, an Achilles injury. This is interesting. And I am, by the way, I'm not going to drop names. Obviously, I've dropped the name. Dr. Rock Positano is a really dear friend, has guided me through this. I think the guy who I'm going to see does a lot of professional athletes. So I'm very curious. At least I'll get some good stories. I'll get who dogged their recovery.
Get a good surgery first, then get the stories second.
But it's more fun, at least, to entertain myself. I won't say who, but there was a NBA player who was also getting an MRI at the same time. I can't say who. This is a medical. But hopefully, maybe I don't need surgery. Maybe I misread it, Maggie. Please?
Well, you might want to get that comfort otter that Andrew Bogusch gave you. Now we've got a stuffed animal mascot for Perloff and for the rest of the show. Wow, what a day. I'm sorry, Perloff. Thank you, DJ Stewart. Thank you to Pete Pilati, Andrew Bogusch, Andrew Kaplan, Widows, Coffee Drinkers, Callers. You nailed it.
You're in a 5-minute break.